visit slingshotlegalsupport.com/AFFF.
Oh, check this out. Oops. Shit. Look, it's Ali Velshi.
The American Israel Public Affairs Committee. It was incorporated in 1963. For 10 years prior to that, it was known as the American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs. AIPAC calls itself America's pro-Israel lobby, and according to its website, it has over 3 million members across the country in regional chapters working to, quote, expand and strengthen the U.S.-Israel relationship, end quote. You may know AIPAC as being one of the biggest and most recognizable donors to many of the members of Congress in your state. But contributing to campaigns is a relatively new function of the organization. Before 2021, AIPAC did not endorse candidates nor give political contributions. Its focus was on lobbying elected officials, not actually electing officials. But in a dramatic shift in policy, AIPAC began directly funding candidates and spending big on races in 2021. AIPAC Political Action Committee, AIPAC-PAC, filed something called a Statement of Organization with the FEC just in time for the 2022 election cycle, where it spent $50 million, including both direct contributions to candidates and outside spending, like TV advertisements. According to AIPAC, it donated money to 365 candidates from both parties, including every single member of both Democratic and Republican leadership in Congress. 109 Republicans who voted against the certification of the 2020 presidential election in America received campaign contributions from AIPAC. All in all, AIPAC gave money to 342 members of the 118th Congress. The 2022 elections were the most expensive midterms in American history, with a total cost of $8.9 billion spent. Now, last year, AIPAC ranked 15th in total expenditure by a political action committee, according to data collected by Open Secrets. But take a look at the other funders that AIPAC is competing against for that title. Act Blue and Win Red. They are Democratic and Republican Party machines. Save America is Donald Trump's money-raising operation. The Conservative Club for Growth, Emily's List, focuses on electing Democratic women to office. All of the PACs on this list are massively domestic-focused ideological machines. AIPAC is the only organization in the top 20 whose interests are focused entirely on America's relationship to a foreign government. Now, let's take a look at who benefits from AIPAC's largesse. Here are the top 20 recipients in Congress, the House and the Senate, of AIPAC money in the 2022 midterm cycle, according to Open Secrets. They're members of both parties. They come from every corner of the country with varying levels of experience in Congress. The Democrat Glenn Ivey of Maryland tops the list. He beat out fellow Democrat Donna Edwards in Maryland's House primary after AIPAC poured millions into pro-Ivey advertisements and mailers. Edwards was running for a second stint in Congress after serving during the Obama administration, where she voted present, not even a no, on a number of pro-Israel resolutions. So the money poured in against her. Not even an endorsement from Nancy Pelosi could save her. Michigan Democrat Haley Stevens unseated Democratic Representative Andy Levin. Here's what Levin had to say about that.
Levin.
I'm really Jewish, but AIPAC can't stand the idea that I am the clearest, strongest Jewish voice in Congress, standing for a simple proposition that there's no way to have a secure democratic homeland for the Jewish people unless we achieve the political and human rights of the Palestinian people.
Wow.
AIPAC spent $4 million against Levin. He lost by 20 points. When Michigan Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian American in Congress, was censured by the House in early November over what some lawmakers called her rhetoric around the Israeli-Hamas war, 22 Democrats joined Republicans in that censure vote. 18 of those Democrats received campaign funds from AIPAC
Just
in
18?
2022, totaling more than $1.1 million. By the way, for these 6 of them, AIPAC was their top contributor.
Let's see,
A
Richie.
growing list of progressive lawmakers who are vocal in their criticism of the government of Israel and its policies and their support for Palestinian self-determination have inspired AIPAC to spend even more. As progressive lawmakers began calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, Slate reported that insiders expect AIPAC's 2024 spending to hit $100 million. In fact, United Democracy Project, which is a pro-Israel super PAC affiliated with AIPAC, is already spending money on attack ads against Democratic Representatives Jamal Bowman of New York and Summer Lee of Pennsylvania. Lee has already got a primary challenger, as do Cori Bush and Ilhan Omar. Pro-Israel donors have already signaled that they are eager to primary Rashida Tlaib and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Congresswoman Lee already overcame AIPAC's financial influence against her once. She tweeted criticisms of Israel's treatment of Palestinians in 2021, but as a candidate, she affirmed Israel's right to exist. But that's not good enough. AIPAC spent nearly $3 million in the primary alone to defeat Lee, and they almost did. She beat Stephen Irwin, who is third on the list of money given to candidates by AIPAC in 2022, by less than 1,000
I can't get this parrot
thing. If Congresswoman Lee wants to keep her seat in 2024, she's going to have to do it all over again. She joins me in studio after this break.
Oh, wow. Maybe we should watch that. Is it next?
The American Israel Public Affairs Committee.
Let's see. SCOTUS is in self-preservation mode, really. I very much doubt that. I very much doubt that. Dude does not run his own Twitter account, that's for sure. Parrot S users for age verification? That's good. Yeah, look at that new Gerb. Oof. Damn, dude, we need to get Gerb's numbers up. Look. Yo, everyone go subscribe to Gerb. Don't watch the video yet, but just go subscribe. Let him know you care. You're such a fantastic moron. What was I looking for? Oh, MSNBC. That's the last time I Googled it. I Googled MSNBC anchors rep. Who, Gerb? I was thinking about that. Like, I was thinking I would invite that dude Klaus from that podcast I like. But then it's like, what do I invite him for? Just to shoot the shit? Yeah, like, I feel like if I invite it, they didn't put that, didn't make that a segment, huh? Okay. Alright, I'm not gonna go look for it, but let's see. Let's see if anybody. Summerly. $10 months ago? No. 3 months ago. Is this the segment we just saw? Oh, that was 3 months ago? Interesting. Yeah, it's the segment we just watched. Huh. Okay. What else? Invite MSNBC late night with Lawrence O'Donnell on, but we can expose him as some sort of pervert. Yeah. He's definitely a pervert, right? Whoa. Poor Andy Levin. mean, not that I would not know what to talk to him about. I would just be like, well, what's going on? Like, it's been a while since we've done like a podcast episode where I have to like structure it, I mean, I guess it'd be fun though, right? I feel like I know that Klaus dude better than Gerb. Gerb, I feel like he's sort of an enigma. Like we watched all those videos, but I still don't really have a feel for his personality. That dude Klaus, like I know what his vibe is because I see or I hear him on the podcast and he's like shooting the shit with his buddy. So I kind of have a feel for what they're up to. What's this? Some 80s disclosure in them? Yeah.
Welcome to the Don Lemon Show, everyone.
Oh, man.
We're still here.
This is
In a
terrible
minute,
already.
I'm going to bring you my conversation with Elon Musk, the one that everyone is talking about.
Never mind.
But first, let me tell you a
I
bit
don't want to
about
watch this.
Contrary to
Changed my
what you
mind
might
already.
have heard, we weren't canceled by X. Yes, after months of begging me, wooing me to offer some exclusive content on his platform, Elon Musk decided to scrap the deal. But our plan is, and always has been, to release this show every
Because you're
week
such an insufferable
on YouTube,
nerd.
on Spotify, on iHeartRadio. Just about any place you stream content. Now for my conversation with Elon.
There's no way
As with
this
all
dude
my
cut the
interviews,
cord.
No restrictions, no ground rules, nothing off limits or out of bounds.
He's trying to do like the
That
Tucker
is
thing,
until
but
the
like
interview
with
ended.
like he's trying to like pretend like he's like like a liberal Tucker, but like I just don't see this guy having the confidence to like turn down his corporate funding. No chance. I saw Brianna with Rokana. That was pretty good. Oh, and Jeffrey Sachs was on with Piers Morgan. Let's watch that.
Well, Vladimir Putin has secured
Macron
an
interview?
unprecedented fifth term as Russia's president, winning a
With who?
record 87% of the vote after earlier changing the constitution so that he could run again. Russia's elections are neither free nor fair, but it's a thumping mandate for Putin's policies of conflict abroad and crackdown at home.
We'll see. Maybe I'll have. I just need to get my energy up. Maybe we'll do it later.
The scale of his victory could
Don
have grave
Lemon.
consequences for the ongoing war in Ukraine. Well, my guest tonight has polemic views.
You should put an
on how the
accent
West
mark
should
in
deal
it
with
somewhere.
China and Israel, as America contemplates a ban on TikTok and the war rages on in Gaza.
Not a matter of cheerleading, it's a matter of common sense. This war was completely avoidable. He's a strong leader.
Can you not find anything negative to say about Vladimir Putin?
Do I find China a threat to the United States? No, not at all.
Are there any bad guys in the world? I mean, are you a fan of Kim Jong-un, North Korea?
Who is most likely to spy
Dude.
on me? By the way, my own government, by
God.
far.
Very trusting, Professor Sack. Russia, China,
I
both
wanna
get a
have-
pass
I
from
wanna
you.
have-
It's so outrageous, so
Yeah.
overwhelming. They couldn't do nothing, so what do they do?
There's no way that the
This
Palestinians
is like the only thing he knows how to attack him. He's just like, oh, I bet you like this other bad guy, huh? He's like, he's just like acting like a grown up, and then fucking Piers is like unable to respond to it.
and the
What up,
Israelis
Jan?
are ever going to reach peace.
Professor Jeffrey Sachs joins Uncensored.
Chips.
Professor, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Great to be with you. Thank you, Piers.
First of all, your
I work
reaction
straight
to
through dinner.
Vladimir Putin winning this election. I mean, nobody is surprised. He's fixed it so that he'll always win as long as he runs. But is this free, fair, right, proper?
It's very Russian. This is Russian
Yeah,
tradition. I think he's quite popular.
Piers slaps
in
it
fact.
together, huh?
But this is Russian tradition. It's part of Russian culture. He's a strong leader, and the Russian people expect a strong leader, and we have to deal with a strong leader in Russia.
The Wall Street Journal recently put you first on its list of Putin's American cheerleaders. How did you feel about that?
I didn't even see that, so interesting that you tell me. It's not exactly my point. My point has been for years, let's avoid this war and let's stop the war in Ukraine. It's not a matter of cheerleading, it's a matter of common sense. I go back to this issue more than 30 years. I was an economic advisor to President Gorbachev's team, and then President Yeltsin's team, President Kuchma's team in Ukraine. So I've known this landscape for more than 30 years. And my view is that this war was completely avoidable and could have been ended.
If he was in Germany, that would end his career
entirely for years and years, and could have been ended in March
in Putin's pocket.
2022. But it persists because we don't have a sensible approach.
But isn't the reality that Putin always wanted to get his hands on Ukraine? He's now got his hands on Ukraine by killing a lot of Ukrainians and invading the country illegally, invading a sovereign democratic country illegally. And whatever his protestations about NATO encroachment and so on, this is, of course, exactly why Ukraine wanted to be part of NATO, and that perhaps the biggest mistake Ukraine made was to give up its nuclear weapons.
Well, what a schmuck,
I think
dude.
The mistake is that Ukraine should have been a neutral buffer between Russia and NATO, and that's how it started out as an independent state in 1991. The United States had its eye on getting Ukraine into the U.S. orbit already from 1992. Zbig Brzezinski spelled it out in 1997.
Presumably he was around in the 90s.
This was a path to disaster, and it's turned out to be a path to disaster. So it's very sad. It could have been peaceful and neutral and independent, and that wasn't good enough for the United States. And I understand completely why Russia wouldn't want NATO on the 2,000-kilometer border of Ukraine and Russia.
I mean, it really is like
it's just very sad, very...
like if the U.S. broke apart, right, it would be like them trying to get one of the former states, trying to get like Pennsylvania to fight New York. Some shit like that. It'd be so fucking dumb, and it'd be so obvious.
Predictable. George Kennan called it exactly in 1997. Interestingly, our current CIA director, Bill Burns, who was in 2008 the U.S. ambassador.
But it's like Putin did, like people say that like China beat us at our own game. In a lot of ways, fucking Putler did, right? Just by like, China's doing something else, but like Putin's like developing strong economic ties with the country, and that's generally enough to keep diplomacy on the back, to like maintain a diplomatic posture, which is what we used to do. Like we would just invest in the country, but really invest in our company's operations in the country. And then we would just develop build up economic activity, and that would keep us from having any kind of tension, which should have been enough. But like, it's not, it wasn't like a natural event, right? It's really hard to like analyze it in the terms of like geopolitical events when it's just like, this was provoked, right? There's no other way around it.
To Russia, sent back a famous memo called "Niet" means "niet." No,
don't
do it. It's not just Putin; it's the entire political class that absolutely
not even
rejects Ukraine and NATO. And we should have been prudent, but we're not very prudent. We had our designs, and we have walked into a disaster.
It was a member of a federation, like the United States are. To pretend that the ties there were somehow like more alienated than they are here is fucking ludicrous. Like it was effectively a state in the Soviet Union.
But more than that, we talked Ukraine into a complete disaster.
I mean, the other way of looking at this is that Ukraine wanted to be a sovereign democratic country after the breakup of the Soviet Union. In fact, the vast majority of people in Ukraine voted for that. And that this was the complete antithesis of how Putin saw the lay of the land. And he thought, no, I'm not having that. I'm going to go and grab Crimea. Then I'll grab a lot of Ukraine.
A republic,
try it in Georgia. I mean,
equivalent.
At what point does he do this stuff where even someone who's trying to be fair-minded about his intentions.
Piers just has
like
the same
yourself,
fucking routine every
might
night.
think, I wonder if I'm right, and maybe he is just a pathological liar and a homicidal maniac.
Piers, the real screw-up by the U.S. was not just pushing NATO, but playing real games and participating in the overthrow
Ukraine was a
of
UN member
in February 2014. We overthrew a government, and the United States played a major role in that. I happened to see some of it firsthand. Pretty ugly, but pretty standard stuff. This is what the U.S. does. When it doesn't like a government or a government standing in the way, it stirs things up.
And I'd say that if it was, that's just probably due to the American influence trying to keep them, America doesn't like federations, right? We don't, it's like, look what happens every time someone tries to do like an African EU, right? They end up dead. Or a South American one, right? There's a reason why there's like no other set, situations like that. The only one that there is the EU, because the American, Wall Street oversaw the creation of it. So everything is done exactly, in order to keep them cucked.
It puts in a lot of money. It funds unrest. It stokes unrest. And it did that in February 2014. That was really the huge mistake. That was a gambit, a typical so-called covert, but not very covert U.S. regime change operation.
Yeah, not a real one.
And it was absolutely the path to the disaster that we're in right now. So I think the main point is you have two sides playing a lot of games, but for the United States to be pushing so hard to Russia's border was absolutely premeditated and stupid, really stupid. It got us into this mess, and you could see it coming so clearly for the last 10 years.
What is your view of...
I begged the White House many times, avoid the war, stop. Just tell them NATO's not coming. Ukraine will do just fine. And they wouldn't do it because this has been a 30-year project of the United States also.
Avoid the wars.
This is how it works. This has been a long-standing game, announced, explained. Brzezinski laid it all out for us in 1997. So we've seen it. But it's not a good idea.
Let me ask you though, what is your view of Vladimir Putin?
Yeah.
Well, I think he's very smart, very tough. And I think he says what he means. In 2007, he said, don't do this at the Munich Security Conference, famously. He said, all right, you went violating what I know to be true, by the way, which
he was there.
Not an inch eastward for NATO.
They all said it. It was common knowledge. And it's like, that's what you get for trusting the West, right? You just should have known better after that. It was like definitely like an unspoken thing, or it was spoken. It just wasn't written down, and that was intentional.
Promised by James Baker III and by Hans-Dietrich Genscher to Gorbachev in 1990. I know that's for sure the case.
I mean, it's certainly, I don't know. It's like I always say about how like the West, like the U.S., the imperialists, like the deals that they've been giving all these countries are so bad that like it doesn't take like a humanitarian to offer them a better deal. It's like, it's not really me like praising Putin or Xi. It's largely just a testament to how horrible we've been treating these countries, right? And it's a similar thing with Putin, right? He wouldn't have appeared to be as, impressive a leader if we hadn't fucked them over so hard in the 90s. So, I mean, I guess.
The United States expanded NATO to
He
Poland,
knows.
Hungary, Czech Republic in the Clinton period, and then
It's rare that someone like that can like reflect on their, their past and like acknowledge that they were wrong.
To 7 more countries in 2004, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Slovakia, Slovenia, Romania, and Bulgaria. And then in 2007, Putin.
The Chicago boys still think that they were right. They still brag about it, and they still like try to get Argentina to do the same thing. You know, like Sachs admitted he was wrong.
Said, stop. All right, stop. No more, not to Ukraine.
What kind of duel was that?
So what does George W. do in 2008 in Bucharest? Of course, what does he do? He says, guarantee Ukraine and Georgia. And, you know, this is Palmerston's playbook from 1853. So we're going to surround Russia in the Black Sea again. Exactly that.
Okay, but
you know,
I don't
why?
interrupt, but just to interrupt though, I just asked you what your view of Putin is, and so far you've just said he's smart and tough.
I told you. He warned us very
negatives?
clearly.
Any negatives, Professor?
I believe that the big mistake of both sides is we should talk this out.
He's a little bit in the chud
Now,
shit, I guess.
let me say a word about talking it out. In 2008, when Bucharest happened, European leaders called me, because I'm friends.
I don't think I could say any of them are like more authoritarian than what we have. It's just this weird sort of like crypto authoritarianism we have, you know? Yo, look at that coffin base. I think the algorithm is set up so that the longer it goes on, it starts going down. But I don't know. It said Dave was like 79% earlier.
With them. They said, what is your crazy president doing? By the way, some who are in power right now, I won't name names. What is your president doing? Why is he destabilizing things? He promised he wasn't going to push Ukraine. That's what European leaders say in private. They don't say it in public. We avoided the negotiations. Then 2014 came. Sadly, Piers, I saw it. I saw some of it firsthand. It was ugly. The United States should not be funding overthrows of governments. We did. I know it. Okay. So I happened to be there soon afterwards with the hand-picked government, hand-picked by Victoria Nuland. We didn't talk then. Then came the Minsk agreements. And then the United States said privately, even though the UN Security Council has backed both Minsk I and Minsk II, you don't have to do this.
Up to now?
And so with Poroshenko, don't worry about it. Then we heard, of course, Chancellor Merkel say afterwards, yeah, we weren't taking it too seriously, even though Germany and France were the guarantors of that. Then on December 15th, 2021, Putin put it down in a draft U.S.-Russia security agreement. I read it. I called the White House. I said, you know what? You can negotiate on this basis. Avoid the war. No, there's going to be no war, Mr. Sachs.
Dude, Putin's like, the terms that they offered were incredibly generous, right? Like that was a completely reasonable deal that they just wouldn't even respond to.
So just tell them that NATO is not going to enlarge. You'll avoid the war. No, we're never going to say that. We have an open door policy. So what kind of open door policy? We've had 200 years of the Monroe Doctrine, some open door policy. No, Mr. Sachs. Then the war breaks out. Then immediately Zelensky says, okay,
Mr. Sack.
Okay, we can be neutral. We can be neutral. And negotiations start. As you know, Naftali Bennett, informally the Prime Minister of Israel, and Turkey with its very skilled diplomacy. I actually flew to Ankara to discuss with the Turkish diplomats what was going on. The U.S. stopped the agreement. Why? Because they thought we'll win. We can bleed Russia. Our sanctions, cutting them out of the banking system, we're going to bring them to their knees. It's a bunch of terrible miscalculations is what it is.
Okay.
It's a game.
Listen,
a terrible game.
I hear you. What I'm fascinated by, though, is I've asked you to say what you think of Putin. And so far, like I say, you've only called him tough and smart. This is a guy that kills his political opponents. This is a guy who...
What's the
This is a guy
Yeah, but my
who
point is
rules
the
his country
following.
like a gangster.
He's a
It's like,
gentleman,
I find it-
dude.
I'm
He doesn't
struggling
talk
to understand
shit.
why you can't find any negatives for the guy. He's a
What?
dictator.
Because I'm trying
Dictator,
to,
really.
Because I'm trying to find peace, and you don't do it the way that Biden does. Biden said, okay, he's a thug. Biden says he's a crazy SOB. That's real good, Joe. That's really getting us to where we want to go. That's hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians dead. Why don't we move a little bit beyond the
Professor,
name
can you not find anything negative to say about Vladimir Putin?
I don't think that what I say about Putin negative has anything to do with anything. What I'm saying is, as I know, you
Well,
got
you're ready to call
sit
him
down
smart. You're ready
and
to call him smart
negotiate.
and tough. I'm
That's
like,
all.
okay,
And
that's
you know, in
you can call him smart and tough, but you can't find
1962,
anything bad to say
I
about the
wrote
guy.
a book about the Cuban Missile Crisis and its aftermath. Kennedy didn't go name-calling Khrushchev. He tried to save the world, to stop the war. Afterwards, he didn't insult Khrushchev. What he did was sat down with him and negotiated the partial nuclear test ban treaty. We're not in a game. We're not in name-calling. We're not in a cage brawl. We're trying to actually not have the world spiral into nuclear war. So it's not that game. The game is sit down and negotiate.
Oh man,
No,
Piers fucking
my final
owned.
point on this is that your
Oh,
critics,
God.
as you know, say that you're a purveyor of anti-American talking points, particularly when it comes to the notion of American exceptionalism. And I'm just curious that you've been very sort of praiseworthy of Putin's strengths and pretty critical of America, but you don't seem to want to say anything critical of Putin or Russia.
God, I love how he
I'm
says
an American,
that.
and I
Putin.
follow. I call it Jesus's foreign policy advice, which is, why do you point the mote in the other eye when you have the beam in your own eye? I want us to do better. I want us to have a counterpart. I want us to sit down and negotiate and make peace. I don't believe name-calling is the way to solve problems in the nuclear weapons age. I believe that sitting down and negotiating an outcome and having it transparent is the way to do it.
Do you think Alex Navalny's family would agree with that?
They probably would not.
The House of Representatives in Congress voted 352 to 65 to pass a measure basically that will lead to the forced sale or ban of TikTok in America. And
Yeah,
it's
what do you
because
think
of
Piers would do?
concerns that it's Chinese owned and can
no-
be used to monitor and manipulate Americans. What do you think of this?
What do you think Piers would say if Keir Starmer got caught plotting with the Chinese to overthrow the British government? What do you think would happen to him, Piers?
I think it's absurd.
Why?
I think we're in the middle of, because I think we're in the middle of a very typical American paranoid phase. This is a country that knows very little about, I mean, where the political class, let me say, knows very little about anything. I know a lot of these congressmen, they're not very intelligent. They don't know anything about China. Most of them have never been to China. And we are stirring up, again, a kind of hatred that has absolutely no basis, in my view. Who is most likely to spy on me? By the way, my own government, by far.
Do you not see China as a national security threat to the United States?
Not at all.
Really?
Not at all. Not at
Not
all.
at all.
Not at all.
You seem very,
I
very.
think that this is
You seem
China's.
very, very unbothered by these authoritarian regimes.
Yeah, because I don't think China's about to
Because he lives
invade
in
the
an
United
authoritarian
States or do
regime.
damage to us. You know, I have been going to China for 43 years now, and most of the time, several times a year, and I have studied and written about Chinese history, Chinese economic history. I have taught many Chinese students. I have been engaged in many research programs. Do I find China a threat
Hope
to
she
the
sees
United
this.
States? No, not at all.
What if China invades Taiwan? It seems increasingly likely in the next 3 years.
Well, the thing that would make it most likely, as I have said
Why
to
does that seem likely,
Taiwanese
Piers?
friends and senior officials, is for the United States to be shipping armaments to Taiwan, because the United States is doing exactly what it said it would not do. It said 40 years ago, actually a little more than 40 years ago, in a very important and famous communique, that the United States not only observes the one China policy, but it has no intention of providing arms to Taiwan over the long term, and that it is going to taper off its arms.
Yeah, they've been there all along,
to
Seabed. Where
Taiwan.
you been?
So, in this sense,
They're technically mercenaries, I guess, but they've been there all along. CIA, that whole New York Times article, a cover story a few weeks ago about how the CIA has been plotting all this shit since the beginning, since before Maidan. Of course they're there.
I think the United States, as usual, is stirring up things. Is it really smart, for example, for the Speaker of the House over the objection of Beijing to fly to Taiwan? I think it's absolutely
disrespectful.
reckless and stupid. Do I think it's in Taiwan's interest? Absolutely not. It's exactly what we were talking about with Ukraine. Do I think that arming Ukraine and telling Ukraine we've got your back really helps Ukraine? No, I think it puts it at the greatest risk of its survival. So we don't know how to calm down a little bit, give a little space. I believe
There's too
Taiwan's
much
part
fucking
of
weapons
China.
money.
I believe in the one China policy myself. I don't believe in the United States unilaterally sending armaments to China 42 years after we said firmly that we're not going to do that for the long term. So I don't believe in it, no.
You're very trusting, Professor Sachs. Russia,
Piers, you
China,
are.
I want
both
to
get a
have,
pass
I
from
want to
you?
have normal.
He just understands the historical
I want to have
record.
normal, mutually respectful relations with other countries. I
They're
actually happen
everywhere.
to like Chinese civilization. I think that they've done a wonderful job of economic development over the last 40 years, the most successful for any large area in the whole world. I've seen a lot of it close up. And I want to have mutually respectful, calmer relations, not arms
I want what they
races,
have.
not AUKUS, not new nuclear powered submarine bases in Australia and new military bases being announced in the Philippines, and by the way, building huge new NATO bases in Romania. This isn't the way to peace. This is the way absolutely to spiraling violence and war. And I'm against it. I think you talk with others, you have diplomacy, you negotiate, you don't call them names, you sit down and you work out mutual security interests, which I absolutely believe in.
Are there any bad guys in the world? I mean, are you a fan of Kim Jong-un, North Korea?
I'm not a fan of these people. I want to have normal relations with them.
Yeah,
That's
you
another
asshole.
interesting case, by the
Fucking
way.
asshole.
We said in the late 1990s, we will take steps for building a relationship so that North Korea would not become a nuclear-armed nation. And then John Bolton came in 2002, said, that's all stupid. We don't have to do anything with these people, and so on. So where are we today? Of course, we're in a vastly more dangerous situation than we were 20 years ago, no thanks to any U.S. common sense.
What would you have done with Hitler in 1939 when he invaded Poland?
We did what we did, which was to fight him after every evil and perfidy.
We actually appeased him. Well, we appeased him first. Neville Chamberlain thought he got a peace deal because he thought, you know, he's very sort of generous.
And
in
Here's
his
you
view
dumb
of Hitler
motherfucker,
and his
man.
intentions.
You dumb motherfucker. Dog.
I don't think that the generosity was right. I think the intention to negotiate was right, but then Hitler exposed him.
They wanted the Nazis to fight the Soviets. They were doing everything they could to avoid fighting the Nazis, obviously.
Himself for completely what.
I mean, have you been catching the Russians in a whole lot of lies recently? 'Cause they don't appear to, like, most of the shit that they say seems pretty on the money.
What he was.
You know that quote about appeasing. You know about quote about appeasing crocodiles.
Yeah, but by the way, it was not to make too much of a point of it, because Chamberlain was not very clever or astute to go back and declare peace in our time. But that's different from trying to negotiate. And the fact that Hitler absolutely violated every single word that he said is what made Churchill be able to be Churchill. So this is fine. You negotiate. If the negotiations fail, you do something different. This is clear. I'm not saying that everything gets solved by negotiations, but we're going out of our way every day to avoid negotiations. And we've been doing that for 15 years in the particular case of Ukraine. I know it because they never negotiate over this. They don't even negotiate. That's the whole point. No one to talk to.
I want to talk to you before we finish.
That's not true.
No, I hear you. I want to talk to you before we finish about Israel and the war with Hamas. You know, I've said repeatedly in the last few months, it's a very difficult situation in the sense that Israel was subjected to an utterly horrific terror attack and obviously had to respond. You have a population where half of the population is children. Hamas clearly live amongst that civilian population. And if you want to get rid of Hamas, who have gone on the record since October the 7th saying they want to repeat it again and again and again, so everyone would understand
Pretty sure they live in the tunnels,
Piers. How do you get rid of them without doing what Israel is doing? And yet by doing what they're doing, they're encountering more and more public rage around the world. Where's the moral position here for you on this?
Too old for Twix says, don't you fucking do it, Jeff.
Most extremist religious nationalist government in its history. So they have no intention of living side by side with the Palestinians under any circumstances.
I hear you, Coffin. I hear you.
If you look at what this government actually represents, it's not hidden from view. It's directly stated almost every day. Greater Israel, which means from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean, they want to rule over all of the territory. So there's no end game here politically other than complete domination or ethnic cleansing or slaughter or whatever. And with a government
he
like
just
that
has
in
his
Israel,
fucking
there's
talking
nothing but
points.
war
He's
ahead.
always just going through and
this
hitting
is
them.
the terrible problem. And I happen to know this situation also very well because it's now 52 years since I started going to Israel. We've never seen anything like this government. This is the most right-wing, extremist, zealous, messianic, rule over all of Palestine group that is imaginable.
See, I agree.
And that's why we're in a...
I actually agree with you about that.
Yeah.
But I always come back to how would any Israeli government be expected to respond to what happened on October the 7th? It was so outrageous, so overwhelming. They couldn't do nothing. So what do?
Yeah, they got to own. Take
well,
the
I
L.
have a particular approach, which is that there's no way that the Palestinians and the Israelis are ever going to reach peace. So I think that the world community through the UN should impose it. That is two states, which the whole world, other than those two countries, agree on, even the United States, Britain, everybody agrees on that. Impose the two states, put in peacekeepers, get a normalization of relations between Israel and the Arab countries based on a demilitarization of Hamas as well. And by the way, I speak to Arab leaders and diplomats all the time. They're ready for this. So this is, again, an area where diplomacy is right. The idea is don't think about this as Netanyahu versus Hamas. This is not the point. This is about Israel, the state of Palestine, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. These are big players. And this is a case, by the way, where there's no difference between what the U.S., Britain, France, China, and Russia want also. Two states, according to international law, mutual security for the two. But don't expect that to come from Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, Netanyahu, Gallant, and Hamas. Impossible. Ridiculous.
Professor Sachs, on that, I completely and utterly agree with you on that. You may be startled to hear. Just want to end by talking...
I'm not startled at all.
I've enjoyed our conversation. I just want to end up with America because you've been very critical of your own country. Tell me some good things about your country.
We're awfully confused right now, though it's a beautiful spring day here. But the truth is,
there's a lot of great things about this country. That's why it sucks so bad that these fucking freaks in charge are running us into the ground.
we're in the worst confused state politically that I've seen in my lifetime. We don't solve any problems in the United States. We've got two lead candidates that nobody wants to be the lead candidates. It's not good. The truth is the underlying strength of this country is remarkable. I live in New York City. There are 200 languages spoken here. It's a wonderful place, and I admire all of that diversity. But politically, we're just broken right now. The system's corrupt. It's broken. So much money changing hands. It's probably a $15 billion campaign. Means a lot of rich people, a lot of lobbies that are doing the bidding right now. We used to call them the broken boroughs in English history. That's what we have in the United States right now.
Are you Trump or Biden come November?
I'm holding my hands like this.
Professor
He's a
Jeffrey
Cornell
Sachs,
West guy,
thank you very much for coming on Uncensored. I appreciate it.
Pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Dax, you like Dax? They found Megan? Is that really her? I saw Simp was posting it, but I don't trust anything he says. Not Megan. Sorry. Fucking, what's her name? Kate. They found her? And why was she hiding this whole time? Has that been clear yet?
We're going to turn our attention here to the southern African nation of Zimbabwe, where there have been recently some very important developments regarding the sanctions that were placed on Zimbabwe.
I mean, it didn't look fake to me, but...
We are very, very happy to be joined here on the show once again by Rutendo Matanyare, who is the chairperson.
Like, the thing is not so much about, like, where, like, the... was in surgery and all that's happened seems weird. Yeah, her unannounced abdomen surgery. What? The thing that is interesting, that is weird, is like why they haven't even, like, it'd be one thing if they had, like, say she had to, like, I don't know, say she had to go visit the ant people underground layer for 3 months, and she knew she was going to be gone. They could have done some shit to make that, to facilitate that, It's just that she's gone, they don't say anything, and then they post this fake picture. That's so bizarre. Like, why do they do that? Like, these governments have to realize that they can't, like, keep lying to us. Like, people are going to call them out now,
Of the Zimbabwe anti-sanctions movement and founder of Zimbabweans Unite Against U.S. War Sanctions. Great to have you with us, my brother. I really appreciate you joining us, as always. And just to jump right into it, so I think a lot of people here in the United States probably saw some headlines a couple weeks ago. It seemed like some
Eugene's so fucking cool
from Zimbabwe. Maybe some were being reimposed. I think it was a little bit confusing probably for a lot of just lay people to understand exactly what was taking place. So if you could maybe just set the table for us about what has actually taken place in terms of the changes with sanctions levied on Zimbabwe.
It's an interesting question that you ask, because even in Zimbabwe, there's a lot of confusion. And a lot of the confusion in Zimbabwe in particular,
yeah, that's what he said, dude.
People not understanding the sanctions at all. So basically what has happened is the United States has removed the executive order sanctions that were on Zimbabwe. And that goes hand in hand with removing the International Emergency Economic Powers Act that was instituting the sanctions. Additionally, there were...
It's crazy what soldiers get disciplined for. Like, you see all the horrific shit around, like, Fort Hood and, what's it called? Fort, not Benning, What's the one with all drug trafficking? You see all this horrific like criminality, and nothing ever comes of it. But then, you shot somebody in training, fucking done.
Additional sanctions called Executive Orders EO 13.
Oh no.
I think the people putting oh, there we go. We got you back.
Right, that was a phone call coming through. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem.
So,
you were on executive orders.
Yes. So the executive orders were actually, what many people don't understand is they were actually a declaration of
Yeah,
war
right.
on Zimbabwe by the US president. So many people say, what do you mean a declaration of war? Well, when the US
Pat
president
Tillman
discovered
treatment.
that or decided that Zimbabwe was an extraordinary threat and unusual threat to the United States government, that automatically made him declare a national emergency. And this was a national emergency on a nation state. And because of that reason, there are only two.
Oh, Fort
options
Bragg.
when
That's what I'm
dealing with a
thinking. Yeah,
nation
Fort
state
Bragg.
as a
Yeah.
threat to the United States. Either you declare the utilization of economic weapons or the utilization of military weapons.
No.
And this is what the United States government decided to do, is it decided to utilize economic weapons under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. And the International Emergency
Is it about how the
Economic Powers
Congo's
Act
too
is
woke?
actually a war and defense weapon or a war and defense mechanism that says that the United States must neutralize the threat that is
Congo
imposed on it
exposed.
or posed on it by a nation by not assisting it economically and making sure that its allies and other countries in the world do not give it economic assistance, that it continues to be a threat to the United States.
Yeah.
And in the event that economic weapons do not neutralize this country, then the US president can always declare an additional
Yeah, they just find him in a shallow grave.
emergency or national emergency to actually put boots on the ground. So a lot of Zimbabweans don't understand that they were actually in a situation where they were actually likely to be invaded by the United States if the economic weapons did not work. And it is these economic weapons that are tailored to target your banking system, to make sure you don't get payment clearances. Your banks cannot have corresponding banking relationships with any other banks in the world that want to.
Yeah, you should go invest in Zimbabwe now that the sanctions are lifted.
And also, it bars companies from giving products, technology, logistics, assistance. And it also blocks the assets of this nation that has been declared a threat to the United States. So there was
What kind of industry do they have?
actually a declaration.
Shit, I should invest in Zimbabwe.
And that's why they're defined as Title 50 war and defense sanctions. And that was what Zimbabwe was under for the past 23 years. And so we're saying to Zimbabweans, 99% of the sanctions that were on the United States have just been released on Zimbabwe just by the removal of this declaration of a national emergency and the removal of the executive order sanctions that go with them and the removal of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act war and defense sanctions. That is a huge, huge, huge achievement. But what many people
Like, they can't stand if it's ever...
The American government has never, ever in history removed its executive order sanctions on any nation that they did not force to capitulate to their demands or that they did not defeat in war and destroy totally. So we look at an example. Japan was put under emergency executive order sanctions in 1939, and that culminated in war, and that culminated in the bombardment of Hiroshima and Nagasaki with nuclear weapons, and Japan capitulating. Only then were the sanctions removed. With Germany, Germany was taken to war by the United States after sanctions were imposed on it. They couldn't get oil, they couldn't get food, they couldn't get a whole number of things, and that only ended when Germany was defeated and Hitler killed himself. And then another nation, a superpower that also had these executive order sanctions was the USSR. The USSR had these sanctions probably for the longest period of time, and they only stopped after Glasnost and the total bifurcation or the division of the USSR by the United States. That's when the executive order sanctions were removed. Now, Zimbabwe has miraculously been able to utilize the skill of utilizing international law, human rights law, pressure from the region, pressure with humanitarian activists, pressure with international human rights lawyers, and pressure with legal cases to force the United States to remove their sanctions for the first time in history. Not only did they do that, we also forced Congress,
Yeah, it's partly why it's so
Subcommittee on
fucked
Human
up.
Rights, Health, and Organization to undertake an impact assessment of U.S. sanctions on health and human rights upon civilians. It's the first time it's ever happened. Not only did they do it in Zimbabwe, but because of this pressure we put on them, they were forced to do the very same for all other African countries that are under American sanctions, but they only removed the ones that are on Zimbabwe. So it's a humongous achievement. So other people are saying, why the additional sanctions? They are not additional sanctions. America is a superpower, forced to capitulate by a small little country that utilized a number of skillful tactics utilizing the rule of law, or what we call the rules-based system, and forced America to capitulate. They had to save face. So that's why they maintained the semblance of sanctions through the Magnitsky Act, supposedly punishing people they allege are committing human rights violations, to basically say to the world, we were actually justified to put sanctions on this country because they're human rights violators, but now we are targeting our sanctions specifically to these individuals and taking them away from civilians. And we're saying that's a ruse, but we also understand that that's America saying we de-escalated, and we're asking for the Zimbabwean government to understand the de-escalation. Now let's negotiate behind closed doors. Let's potentially negotiate reparations, and let's negotiate having a better relationship going forward. And I'm saying to my government, we've won a victory here. Maybe it's time to have negotiations behind closed doors with the Americans. Let's not have megaphone politics. We've won a major victory through the rule of law, and let's now have talks behind the scenes so that at least we can remove the remaining sanctions. And if they don't get removed, they can be taken to international courts by these 11 individuals, and they will succeed because the sanctions are punishment without trial.
So I want to ask, I mean, I don't disagree with you at all. Excuse me. That it's huge. I mean, the U.S. almost never lifts sanctions. I mean, everyone knows once sanctions are in place, it's unlikely
Too old for Twix says shout out to the shorties with the big butts.
Of course, there are.
It made me realize we never see Ranya's butt.
Refers to as targeted sanctions.
Wonder what kind of butt she's got.
Individuals. And we know, if you look around the world, wherever targeted, I put targeted in big air quotes, but wherever these targeted sanctions exist, they obviously still leave a stain on any country, even if they're targeted, because banks, companies, they see sanctions and they get scared. So I'm just curious, what's to be done about these targeted sanctions? I mean, are they not also still a problem? Or are they not seen as big as a problem as the sanctions on the entire country? Is there a debate happening around that?
Okay, so I'll answer your question in two ways. First of all, let's also
would you rather go to dinner
So Zidera, the congressional sanctions
with Rania or Eugene?
The congressional sanctions that are left were actually imposed on the government of Zimbabwe as the first set of sanctions in 2001.
You're not going to fuck just the, professional.
Get loans from multilateral lending institutions, and also they can't get debt cancellation from that. And these sanctions were actually sponsored by people like Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, Senator Helms, and a number of other people. I believe that Joe Biden, being the employer...
Oh, yeah, that's right. She has. I forgot about those.
In these multilateral lending institutions,
sure wasn't me who told you that?
To be able to instruct them not to vote against Zimbabwe getting any money. He's also going to be able to ask them to abscond from any votes or any discussions or deliberations where discussions are being had about loans to Zimbabwe. Why do I say this? Because last year, the United States OFAC approved loans to the government of Zimbabwe to the tune of $310 million to build hospitals, to build clinics, and also to basically upgrade one of our dams that was about to collapse. And that was because the Americans feel, through the case that we put to them, that any sanctions that are punishing civilians, as the report from Congress during the impact assessment said, are sanctions that the Americans should not want to be associated with. So I believe that the multilateral loans will come through, but they've also realized that Zimbabwe, like any other country in the world, does not survive on multilateral lending loans because it's not a poor country. So it will be able to go to the money markets. It will be able to get funds from public-private partnerships. And so they decided that it's pointless to try and use these sanctions. Hence, they put the executive order sanctions. So the removal of the executive order sanctions shows me that there'll be no commitment to Zidera. Now, these Magnitsky sanctions have been imposed on 11 people. It is the president, his wife, the vice president, the minister of defense, and there is another minister there. And then there is some business people and their companies. Among those business people is a billionairess by the name of Sandra Mpunga. I would expect in a world that is trying to empower women, particularly dark-skinned and black women, it is absolutely unconscionable to put sanctions on a woman that has made $1 billion from working hard and being an inspiration to other women all across the world. This is oppression of a woman.
Yeah, look at
That's
that.
why I also said these sanctions
Looking up Katamalama.
and they should be looked at as that. They should be looked at as a symbol of the
Hold on.
Americans trying to save face and shouldn't be taken seriously. Therefore, the government of Zimbabwe and the Americans must sit down behind closed doors, have their negotiations. The government of Zimbabwe is entitled to ask for reparations, and if the Americans refuse to give them reparations, to go to courts to actually sue in pursuit of Resolution 3430 of the United Nations Human Rights Council. They should also tell the Americans that if those sanctions are not removed, that are based on allegations and punishment of people who've never been taken to court and never tried, and therefore they're being punished without trial, breaking the very same rules-based system of the Americans that
You're making me want to go to Greece single-handedly.
Rights that say people need a fair trial, people cannot be punished without trial, they would not have a basis to stand. So I actually think that those should be removed. I also believe that the individuals and the people that are under those sanctions should go to ICID. Yeah. ICID is a court or an institution that sits in the World Bank that seeks to promote international investment and international trade. They're intolerant of governments that try to use ways to block international trade. So our government should look at going there. They should look at going to the World Trade Organization and potentially looking at other international courts to sue if the Americans do not refuse. But I don't believe the Americans will refuse. I believe they want some negotiations behind closed doors, and they wanted some cards in their hands to negotiate at that table. That's why these token sanctions. So I believe they should be treated as such. It's part and parcel of brinksmanship, and they should. The government of Zimbabwe must negotiate in that faith and negotiate in a re-engagement manner that will get these sanctions removed.
You know, moving forward here, I'm curious your thoughts about what maybe some of the impacts to this will be. I mean, of course, the other sort of side piece of this is the huge amount of misinformation that's been put out about Zimbabwe. But of course, there's been bumper crops in tobacco and weed and corn. The most gold ever, I think last year was the most gold ever, brought forward. So obviously some key elements of economic strength there in Zimbabwe, despite the fact there were so many shackles. So now that these movements have taken place, what are some of the things you think perhaps in the near term we can expect, especially for those who have been trying to make their way in the post-land reform era?
Two issues. First of all, Zimbabweans are shell-shocked, particularly the business community of Zimbabwe. It's totally shell-shocked. They're not happy with the removal of sanctions because they've just realized that the removal of sanctions means the opening up of the economy, coming in of competition, very stiff competition from first world countries, very stiff competition from countries and companies that have huge money, sometimes money that is multiples of our government's own budget and multiples of their own company's budget. So there is a lot of unhappiness, ironically, to the removal of sanctions from businesses in Zimbabwe. They know that they're going to have to pull up their socks. They know that they're going to have to re-strategize and write new strategies. They're going to have to come up with serious strategies and probably reorganize their companies and get new staff.
What is that fake money?
With the best of the best going forward. And they understand that. They understand that their monopolies are coming to an end. People were making easy money. People were able to export the gold of Zimbabwe without going through institutions of the country because they were under sanctions. People were exporting diamonds of the country and other minerals of the country now have to give that duty over to the companies like the Minerals Marketing Corporation of Zimbabwe to do that. Gold
that's
is
a dope hat.
sold by Fidelity Printers back to the international markets, and a lot of people are not happy about that. I thought I'd be a hero in my country, wasn't a hero, actually hated by some of the people that admired me when they thought we were going to lose this thing. But when we've now won it, I've become an enemy of quite a lot of people. But we know that
$1 trillion notes.
And the common man on the street is going to feel the difference. We're going to see jobs being created. We're going to see companies opening up, and we're going to see change in Zimbabwe. The government is going to collect more taxes, definitely. The government is also going to see an upturn in the development of investment and the development of infrastructure. So that is a good thing on the overall. We can't have a few individuals continuing to benefit at the expense of the majority. And I'm happy that with the government getting more money, better hospitals, better healthcare services, and better services from the government to the people, and also social welfare for the poor. But there is a bittersweet to this. And the bittersweet is that the Americans removed sanctions on Zimbabwe for all the reasons that I gave you. But we also believe that there's a sinister agenda as well, in that
Faroe
we are
Islands.
looking at sanctioning the South African government in the event that the ANC wins elections in May. And if the ANC wins in May, if they don't have a coalition, I believe that the current bill that is being discussed in Congress, the U.S.-South Africa relationship, I think that bill will turn into an act. The moment it turns into an act, it gives the Congress and the Department
it's so
of Defense
cucked.
and the Presidency of the United States 90 days to determine if South Africa is a threat, unusual, extraordinary threat to U.S. security, foreign policy, and economic interests. I believe they will find that South Africa is a threat to U.S. foreign policy interests, most definitely for taking Israel to the International Court of Justice,
like,
for supporting Zimbabwe.
It's so obvious, right? When they're like, "Oh, we got to sanction South Africa," and it's like, what are you sanctioning them for? You know, like they just have all this pretense, and it's like so flimsy. It's just like it's embarrassing, right? Like you can't even come up with like a real reason to sanction them. You have to sanction them because you didn't like that they called you out on your bullshit. Like it's just. Faroe Islands. Oh, they don't have it. Okay. That is small. Oh, they have corn. This is a tiny ass country. I thought North because of the frozen fish, but maybe not. Collector's items. What's this small country up north? Saint something? Damn. Where's this country? Yeah, look, they have the same exports. Okay, so if it's... This is up north, right? Yeah, look at that country, dude. Look where that is. That's so crazy. It's like part of France or something, right? Yeah. Did y'all even... I never knew there was a fucking country there. Never, ever knew it. Look at this shit. It's just like some shitty fucking Canadian island. It's a country. Saint Pierre. This is downtown St. Pierre. Yeah. Wow. Do they have any roads? I haven't seen one road yet. Looks like there's one down there. Maybe that's where the airport is. Yeah, that's where the airport is. There we go. That's a regular place. Wow. It looks like Delaware. What's out here? There's not even any mansions or anything. Wow. Anyway, okay, so this little shit is 9,000 miles. So this is maybe off the coast of Africa, right? Or is this in the Indian Ocean? Dildo, Newfoundland. All right, this has to be an island because of all the fish. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like a tourist trap. So like Comoros or one of those countries. What's that country? Yeah, this one. No. Okay. Well, it's on the other side of Africa. What's on the west coast of Africa? Is there any islands out that way? Yeah, Bosnian Pyramid. Yeah, I've recently been pilled on it. It's pretty cool. The Canary Islands. They don't have it. What's that? No. What's that other one out there? It's over by there. One guy who's really into Pokemon. Yeah, seriously. $764,000. Yeah, that could be a single guy. Yeah, the Bosnian American guy. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, that guy seems pretty sketchy, but I mean, the more they keep excavating, the more I think it looks like they're proving themselves, you know? Like, if you look at the Wikipedia article, it's written from, like, it has all these articles from 2006 that they use to debunk it, and then it just ignores all the stuff from, like, the 2019, 2020, you know, like academic papers. Yeah. I wanted to look up Zimbabwe's industries, but I figured I would do this first. What's the other country? What's that island off the coast of the Atlantic coast of Africa? Not the Canary Islands. What's the other one? It's 5,800 kilometers west of Comoros. What else could it be? What's that fucking country called? It's mostly fish. That's why I think it's an island. And iron and collector's items. Glassworking. It's tiny. This is tiny as shit. Under $1 billion is tiny. $38 million a year in exports. Is mostly crustaceans and fish. And corn. I mean, maybe it's a coastal country, but small one. Oh, maybe it's that little one, Gambia. No. Okay. Alright, so it's south. I mean, it's like South Sandwich Island or something. I don't have that. Was it Georgia? Or St. George? No. Who? Those that would have volunteered for joining the military have an easy way of earning money through crime. Where's this? St. Lucia, St. Martin. I don't think it's any of those. What's the country that's just the river? Oh, okay. Come on. What's that country off the Atlantic coast of Africa? Cape Verde, that's it, yeah. Oh, man, it's not Cape Verde. Okay, well, what's down in the South Atlantic? St. Helena? Yeah, look at that. Hell yeah. Bitumen and asphalt. Wow. Okay, whatever. Water agreement, national gain, human rights. And I'll have to look it up some other time. All right. Treadle. You're a fantastic moron. What's this? Shit. I want to watch that Gerb so bad.
In light of the 2024 Russian elections, I wrote an article for New Eastern Outlook. It's titled "West Declares Russian Elections Undemocratic Because It Doesn't Like the Winner." And what I set out to prove in this article is that all of these claims that the election is rigged, that it was stage managed, that it was a rubber stamp presidential election, all of this is nonsense. The elections reflected public sentiment in Russia, across the Russian Federation, accurately, according to even US government-funded polling. So let me read through this article, and as I always do, I will add additional context, and I will show you the articles
good like this.
and the documents that I'm citing in this article. In the wake of Russia's 2024 elections and President Vladimir Putin's landslide victory, the collective West has condemned the outcome as rigged, stage-managed, a rubber-stamp presidential election, and predetermined. So I go over a couple of the headlines, and I will just show you these headlines. This from CNN, March 18th, 2024. Putin extends one-man rule in Russia after stage-managed election, devoid of credible opposition. I will be getting back to this CNN article in just a moment. We also have this from Politico. Putin wins rigged Russian election with 87% of the vote. Is it rigged? Did he rig this? Does this not reflect public sentiment in Russia? We will find out in just a moment. Next is from the New York Times. With new 6-year term, Putin cements hold on Russian leadership. And here's where we get a rubber stamp presidential election with no real competition, allows Vladimir Putin to claim strong public support for his domestic dominance and the invasion of Ukraine. So there you have it. Those are the Western headlines following Russian President Vladimir Putin's re-election in 2024. Omitted from these articles meant to portray Russian elections as a farce is the reality that Russian President Vladimir Putin is indeed an immensely popular, widely supported, and well-respected leader among the Russian public. This isn't the conclusion of the Kremlin's own polling, but instead conclusions drawn annually, every single year, by the US government-funded polling organization, the Levada Center. The Levada Center's US government funding is provided via the National Endowment for Democracy, NED, who would admit in a page on their official website, here it is, this is the NED's official website right here, ned.org, Russia, polling for democracy, the Yuri Levada Analytical.
I'd say that the prevalence and the popularity of the Russian, the KPRF, is what fucks up their whole strategy for, trying to mount a credible opposition challenger. Because the second, the natural go-to is the communists, so they can't do that, so they need to go down to the third parties, and that's not going to work.
Center. This was published on 2011, so as you can see, this is an organization that has been funded by the US government for many, many years. And it says right here, the Yuri Levada Analytical Center, an NED grantee based in Moscow, is an independent polling agency that is well known for its surveys on socio-political issues both within Russia and worldwide. And there's two reasons the US government would fund polling inside another country, and that is to gauge how well American government political interference is, how well it's going as they interfere in another country's internal political affairs. And also, they'll occasionally rig polling to try to push a certain narrative. But the Levada Center seems to be there to actually gauge how well or how unwell U.S. efforts are to interfere in Russia's internal political affairs. So let me get back to the article here. According to the NED grantee, the Levada Center, Russian President Putin's approval rating as of February 2024 stands at 86%. This is higher than 2023, where President Putin's approval rating was 85% and 83% in 2022. And you can go and look at the website yourself. The links to all of this will be in the video description below. Putin's approval rating, okay? And you can see it's broken down by year. It goes back many, many years. And you could see 2023 to 2024, it goes from 80% all the way up to where it stands now, roughly 86%. This is a US government-funded opposition group conducting polling inside Russia. That is what they say, not the Russian government. Comparing the Levada Center's 86 approval rating for the beginning of 2024 with the recent electoral outcome, 87.6% 81.3% of voters re-electing President Putin. It is clear the recent elections reflect the genuine sentiments of the Russian public, as even U.S. government-funded polling confirms.
Like, why would they vote him out now? What? Their wages have gone up 10% in the last year, right? Their economy is like one of the most productive in the world. They recently overtook Germany, biggest economy in in Europe, not the EU. What else? And they're fucking winning a war. There's lots of their diplomatic stature has risen in most of the world.
How is it then that the collective West, its governments and media, draw the conclusion that elections reflecting public sentiment are somehow stage managed, rigged, or amounts to a rubber stamp presidential election? Those making these claims never explain. Instead, the collective West media claim that the exclusion of opposition candidates left President Putin with no credible challenge to his rule. That is what the CNN article claimed. Such articles cite the late Alexei Navalny as Putin's fiercest opponent. But had Navalny stood for elections, is there any reason to believe he would have won? The answer to that question is no. How do we know the answer to that question is no? Because the same U.S. government-funded Levada Center has conducted numerous polls regarding the popularity, or lack thereof, of Alexei Navalny. As recently as 2023, the Levada Center determined only 9% of the Russian public approve of Alexei Navalny's activities, while 57% did not, with another 23% not even knowing who Navalny is. They don't even know who he is. The Russian government did indeed jail Navalny, but not because he was a political threat to the current Russian administration. Instead, it was because he violated Russian law. Charges, including those related to extremism, are hardly politically motivated, as Navalny and his Western backers had claimed. U.S. diplomatic cables confirm at least one of Navalny's opposition groups, Democratic Alternative, was funded by the U.S. government through the National Endowment for Democracy. So I have gone over this when Alexei Navalny passed away. This was his obituary published by the British media outlet The Guardian. And down here, it talks about all the different organizations he helped found.
Loud ass typer.
If you come down here, it says in 2005, he founded a social movement for young people with the name taken from the Russian word for yes, DA, Democratic Alternative, which was active in the media. And then, as I have pointed out, this is WikiLeaks published U.S. diplomatic cable. They're talking about the opposition inside Russia. They're talking about one of the leaders of Navalny's Democratic Alternative, and they say this: she has received funding from the National Endowment for Democracy, a fact she does not publicize for fear of appearing compromised by an American connection. So she and the rest of Democratic Alternative, Navalny's organization, was certainly being funded by the U.S. government through the National Endowment for Democracy. Can you imagine what would happen to a U.S. political candidate if it was actually found out, confirmed with actual documented evidence, that they were receiving money from and working on behalf of the Russian government? You could only imagine what the outcome would be for that individual. Let me continue. A nation's political independence is protected under international law via the UN Charter. A nation protecting itself against efforts by another nation to undermine that political independence is not anti-democratic, but done precisely to protect a nation's own process of self-determination. Ultimately, the collective West is attempting to undermine Russia's electoral outcomes, not because President Putin rigged the elections to pose as being popular when he isn't, but precisely because the elections confirm President Putin is popular as even US government-funded polling has concluded. And here lays bare the reality of the West's self-appointed role as global arbiter of what is and is not democratic. Democracy is a process of self-determination. As I have said so many times before, democracy in Russia means the Russian people and the Russian people alone determining their political future. Attempts by the US and Europe to interfere in this process isn't promoting freedom, as US government's NED claims on their website. It is an attempt to usurp it, to usurp freedom. And you just go to the NED's website, any page, including this one that I already showed you, and you see under the NED logo, supporting freedom around the world. They're doing the exact opposite. They're undermining freedom, they're undermining democracy, they're undermining a nation's political independence and their ability to determine
that's what Brian's talking about.
Political future.
Yeah, like their go-to is that they rigged it, you know, but when there's not even anything they can hang their hat on to try to pretend that it was rigged, is they fall back to that. Like, oh, it would have been, he would have lost, but all of his opponents were in jail because he was so scared of them that he jailed them. It's like what they tried to do to Nicaragua, right? The last election there, they were like, oh, this is an illegitimate election because the Juan Guaido of Nicaragua, because we backed him to do a coup in 2018 and the coup failed and he got locked up for it. Therefore, this election is illegitimate because the guy we backed for the coup, who failed miserably because he had no democratic support, that guy, he was going to win. Therefore, this is illegitimate.
By interfering, by building up political opposition that serves U.S. interests at the cost of the interests of the targeted country. The collective West doesn't genuinely believe Russian elections were unfair. Their own polling confirms that they were fair. The electoral outcome simply does not suit the collective West's own interests, which include the political.
Objectively speaking, this Russian government's doing a good job. And you can cry about it all you want, but it's just the truth. Like, it's just that where they were 4 years ago, where they are now, they're in a demonstrably better place. And it's a better place not just for the rich people. Like, that's what Biden and Trump basically run on, is like how good that they did the economy for the rich people, right? How much money did rich people make last year? And it's actually not the case. And it's like, you could say that it's like not intentional, because it's not. Like, Putin's hands were kind of tied, you know? Like, he probably would have governed in a way that was like slightly more advantageous for the bourgeoisie if he had his druthers. But he didn't. We forced his hand. So the economic growth that they did have, ironically, was much better economic growth because it was more stable and more widely distributed. It's the kind of economic growth we need here, you know? Like, when our economy grows, it's like there's new Wall Street scams, right? There's new like ways to manipulate the bottom line. There's new ways to like add interest or rent seeking onto some other layer of some transaction somewhere. That's what economic growth in the West is. Meanwhile, we're bailing out banks and subsidizing all of our failing, like, you know, unprofitable military industrial complex, and preserving all these like illegitimate healthcare policies just to prop up the bottom line of these insurance companies. They had more domestic manufacturing production because, you know, we sanctioned them. Just cut them off from the economy, and then what did they do? They had to build their own domestic alternatives. And when you look at that, it led to like a high wage growth. I mean, what kind of opposition party is there? I mean, you're not wrong, Seabed, that it is, you know, the Russian people are heavily influenced by, like, what the, you know, what's it called? The Russia First Party or whatever it's called. You know, but, like, I don't know what, like, I'm sure if the CIA ran all the networks in Russia, they could have convinced people that Putin was doing a bad job. It's just that, like, since the war started, he's been doing a great job. And I wasn't really paying attention before that, but, like, you know, he seems pretty competent. Again, it's like, it's not like, we're under the impression that, like, running the economy, like, running a country is so difficult to do. And you need to be the fucking smartest kid in your class, like a once-in-a-generation talent in order to do it. No. Right? It's not. Right? Like, it's pretty easy to, like, improve things for people. It's just that they choose not to. Right? They would rather like, find some other, like, pocket of wealth in the country to extract and give to the fucking ruling class. That's all they do. And this is like, I mean, that's true in every country, by the way, Seabed. Except for in Europe, where my country controls your countries.
Capture, destabilization, division, dissection, and exploitation of the Russian Federation. The louder the collective West complains about another nation's internal political affairs, the more they implicate themselves in attempting to violate, not promote freedom, and undermine rather than support democracy worldwide. The best way, perhaps the only way, to uphold freedom and democracy around the globe is to expose and prevent foreign interference, not spend billions of dollars and decades carrying out such interference. And that's where I conclude the article. I want to refresh everyone's memory. When we're talking about the National Endowment for Democracy, I want to show you what even the Western media itself admits the NED is actually doing around the world. They're not promoting freedom.
Also,
they're not supporting democracy.
They improved the social safety net.
Removing governments from power that the U.S. does not like and replacing them with client regimes that will serve
Putin got
Washington's
his Build Back Better
interests.
version passed.
And here we have this article from The Guardian that I've referenced many times before. This was from 2004, and the title is U.S. Campaign Behind the Turmoil in Kiev. So this was an earlier instance of the U.S. trying to overthrow the government of Ukraine. In 2004, it failed. From 2013 to 2014, it succeeded, and we could see the damage that has now done to Ukraine. And I want to point out what this Guardian article admitted. It says the campaign, they're talking about the 2004 so-called pro-democracy uprising in Ukraine. The campaign is an American creation, a sophisticated and brilliantly conceived exercise in Western branding and mass marketing that in 4 countries in 4 years, so not just Ukraine, has been used to try to salvage rigged elections and topple unsavory regimes. So there is that term, rigged elections again. And as we can now see, these are not rigged elections. These are just elections the U.S. doesn't like the outcome of. And so they want to overturn the outcome.
We've been given such shit here.
Politically interfering in another nation's protected
that someone like that looks good.
Internal political affairs. Funded and organized by the U.S. government, deploying
Can you imagine having 10% wage growth in a year?
Jesus consultancies, pollsters, diplomats, and 2 big American parties, and U.S. non-government organizations. They're talking about the NED is not a non-governmental organization. It was created by Congress. It's overseen by Congress and the U.S. State Department and is funded every single year by the U.S. government. It says the campaign was first used in Europe in Belgrade in 2000 to beat Slobodan Milosevic at the ballot box. Richard Miles, the U.S. ambassador in Belgrade, played a key role. And by last year, as U.S. ambassador in Tbilisi. He repeated the trick in Georgia, coaching Mikhail Saakashvili and how to bring down the sitting president there. 10 months after the success in Belgrade, the U.S. ambassador in Minsk, Michael Kozak, a veteran of similar operations in Central America, notably in Nicaragua. So this is not just in Europe. This is all around the globe, including here in Southeast Asia, where I am based. Organized a near identical campaign to try to defeat the Belarus hardman Alexander Lukashenko.
Belarus hardman.
They
love calling him hardman.
The NED is involved in regime change in all of these countries in Eastern Europe, along Russia's border, also elsewhere around the world, all along China's border too, by the way. So we know that there's U.S. government-funded organizations, U.S.-backed opposition overthrowing
capital runs the
governments
country
all along
versus
Russia's
vice
border.
versa.
And now I just showed you the WikiLeaks published U.S. diplomatic cable proving that the U.S. government was funding opposition groups inside Russia itself. Do the same thing to Russia. What the U.S. had.
They don't control anything either, right? That's the thing. It's not that these countries are like, it's like top down, the government controls the economy. That's not at all what is taking place, right? It's just like, are you willing to at all limit the market even a little bit? Like, are you willing to do any intervention to keep the market from utterly eviscerating your people? If you're willing to do that, then things will work out nicely for your country, right? If you're not willing to do that, then things will continue to get worse. It's just like basic, facts, right? We've seen this playbook. We know exactly how it goes down, right? You just have to be able to tell capital no once in a while, which, in those countries, they've shown that they can do that. And it's like, I don't think, from the perspective of like a small business owner, from the perspective of all but like the monopolies, that's a good thing, right? It's like there's nobody, maybe some like the handful of actual principled libertarians that exist would be mad about it, I guess, maybe. But for the most part, it's like, we all agree that like governments are supposed to limit monopoly power, right? That's all bourgeois governments are supposed to do that. That's just like part of the deal. That's one of the things that everybody, even the the Koch brothers or whatever, are supposed to prevent monopolies. That's what these Western countries, ours in particular, does not want to do, right? They're not creating good market conditions. They're creating top-down, consolidating power at the top. And it just happens to be that, like, the person who's in that position is most well situated to, like, bribe them to continue staying in that position. So we have these assholes just pulling the ladder up behind them, and it's bad. It's bad for small business owners. And there's things they could do, easy things that they used to do that they just slowly stopped doing. And that's it. That's it. That's all it would take, really. It is pretty fucking simple.
Did to Georgia, Ukraine attempted to do to Belarus, and had already done to Serbia. It is not the Russian government cracking down on NED-funded opposition groups, including people like Navalny and everyone around him. This isn't a matter of eliminating a political threat. You could see that he is not a political threat. He had single-digit approval ratings. It is about eliminating a national security threat. This is foreign interference trying to overturn your freedom, your sovereignty, your ability to determine for yourself your political future. So as I concluded in my article, this exposes the collective West as undermining freedom and democracy around the world, not promoting it. So with all of that, I hope you can now see the
everything is so fucking dishonest.
how bad have polls gotten for Joe Biden? Well, according to new reporting, he is angry to the point of shouting and swearing at aides during a January meeting about low poll numbers in Michigan and Georgia. This is according to a lawmaker who told this to NBC News on condition of anonymity. So NBC reported yesterday that Biden was seething after being told that states he narrowly won in 2020 are slipping out of his grasp due to his handling of the crisis in Gaza. Biden's 38% approval rating compares quite poorly to the last three presidents to lose their re-elections, including Jimmy Carter, who had a 43% approval rating, George H.W. Bush, who had a 39% approval rating, and Donald Trump, who had a 48% rating in 2020, which is 10 points higher than Biden's current numbers. Business Insider also reported that Biden has resisted in conversations with aides, trying to prevent him from going public or going to public events where he could misspeak or trip up. Meeting voters and changing minds has also been made more challenging by persistent protests that have repeatedly disrupted Biden events. Now, as we reported earlier this month, Biden is avoiding college campuses, and the Washington Post covered the persistent ceasefire protests again today, noting that
Look, if you want to be a Republican, run as a Republican. But, like, if you want to be a Democrat, people who vote for Democrats don't like whatever the fuck you're doing up there. You know? I feel like they forget that. It's just like the people who you're trying to appeal to don't vote for your party. So either try to appeal to the people who might actually vote for you or sit the fuck down.
Vice President Kamala Harris's motorcade faced calls of Genocide Joe and Butcherer Biden as they waved Free Palestine and Save Gaza signs, and that her event itself was interrupted as well.
Now, protests have been often characterized as left-wing in nature, including by Biden in a recent sit-down with Jonathan Capehart a couple of weekends ago. But a Data for Progress poll from the end of February shows that 83% of Democrats support a permanent ceasefire with the release of Israeli hostages, along with a clear majority of Republicans and independents as well. Now, some commentators disagree that Biden's low approval numbers are rooted in reality. Bill Maher weighed in over the weekend saying that Biden's ratings are in the toilet because he's doing a bad job, but because many Americans like living with their heads in the toilet. Let's take a listen.
I've been thinking a lot lately about a puzzle many are struggling with. Why are Biden's approval ratings so low when things are generally pretty good? Now, of course, there are problems. America's a big place, but wages are rising, unemployment is negligible, the stock market is soaring. We somehow brushed off both the Trump presidency and the pandemic. Yes, inflation persists for a lot of things, but, you know, an actual good, nice-sized TV now costs $60. Who gets credit for that?
How many
We've got
fucking
next-day
TVs are you
shipping,
buying,
stuffed
you
crust
douchebag?
pizza, legal weed, GPS, and porn on the phone. Cheer the f*** up.
All right. Look, Bill Maher has occupied a really interesting political space over the last couple of years or so. He's someone who I think has gotten a lot more traction with kind of independent and right-leaning audiences, often spoken in the same breath as people like, you know, Elon Musk and other kind of counterculture figures. But he seems to be on the firmest ground with that cohort when he's talking about cultural issues, less so when he's talking about economic issues. And certainly, I think, when he's talking about, not in this clip, but elsewhere, about Gaza and Biden's handling of it.
He remains kind of normie and does not like Donald Trump and does not want Donald Trump to win. So whoever is not Donald Trump is who he wants.
Right.
And that happens to be Joe Biden. So I do appreciate a lot of Bill Maher's commentary, as you say, unsurprisingly, on cultural issues, on cancel culture, on free speech, etc. But he's covering for Biden because he wants Biden to be reelected.
So back to this top line story. Biden apparently, back in January, was so angry about the poll numbers that I guess were newish back then, showing him really flagging in some of these crucial swing states. They just started shouting at aides, is resisting aides' attempt to keep him from going into public events where he could create, frankly, more work for those aides as they try to clean up some of these missteps that he's had more recently. And it does seem like perhaps this, now that we know this information, this is newly reported information, even though it's about back in January, this does seem to lay the foundation for some of the policy shifts and the rhetorical shifts that we've seen since then with respect to how they're talking about a ceasefire. It was a word that was completely anathema to the administration until recently. So you had that rhetorical shift there, and now some of the reporting about Chuck Schumer coming out, giving that speech last week, and an attempt to distance the Biden administration from the Netanyahu campaign. I think the only question going forward is this going to be enough, especially since it seems like Joe Biden can't do the sort of retail politics that he was once known for, going to college campuses, speaking directly to the public. Ultimately, even if I believe Bill Maher is wrong about his diagnosis of the economy and things are fine and you can buy a big screen TV for $60, so why is anybody complaining? If Joe Biden can't make his pitch about why he's good on the economy, why his position on Gaza is the right one, why he should be reelected because of his own kind of gaffes and because he can't go anywhere without getting shouted down by a crowd, is he going to be persuasive enough to pull himself out of these poll numbers and win an election?
Yeah, look, I think frankly is the reality is that he should not go speak at college campuses given how young people feel about him, but he should be speaking to auto workers. He should be speaking to areas where his Gaza policy is just maybe not that they don't care about that, but not the top line concern of the audience he's speaking to. It sounds like his aides are maybe actually getting in the way of him talking to people more directly, which
you think he should?
Is a bad idea. I mean, he's not going to win if he doesn't. But so it might blow up in his face. But this hiding Joe Biden, not letting him talk to the press or talk to people, is not working. He's in a position right now to lose. They have to shake things up. They have to do something differently. It could be the case that when we hear more from Joe Biden, we like what he has to say even less, and we're less confident in his ability, and it makes people more angry. But he's not. Look, we just showed the re-election prospects for people with that level of approval rating. Like he's heading into this. He looks likely to lose. It's not like I'm holding on. I'm close enough. Let's just not let anything else go wrong. They have to try something.
I mean, to your comment about auto workers,
with those aides too.
To your comment about auto workers, I would push back there and say again, like he said in the Capehart interview, he characterized it as kind of a youthful or left-oriented protest movement, the ceasefire movement. It's not. And I think the polls that I read about 83% of Democrats supporting a ceasefire with an exchange of the Israeli hostages, a release of the Israeli hostages, is on point. And I think as long as the Biden administration and Democrats continue to think this is a fringe problem of sorts, they're missing the meat of the issue. The UAW, as we covered on this show, endorsed a ceasefire back in, January, long before you were allowed to say something like this without getting condemned by a huge portion of elected Democrats as being, pro-Hamas, right? And remember that when Sean Fain eventually announced the endorsement, the UAW endorsement of Joe Biden, Biden was protested by UAW members at that very event when he was giving a speech over the issue of Gaza. Again, these are car manufacturers, adults, and hardly
people don't like when you kill
fringe
fucking babies.
Oberlin kids protesting.
Yeah, it's like shocking development. Like people are upset with you when you actively involve yourself in killing of thousands and thousands and thousands of babies. Shocked. It's really shocking, Joe Biden.
Joe Biden over this policy. So I do think this is something really core that's going to the heart of his pitch, which is he really the pro-democracy candidate when he seems to be so closely aligned with an administration that is acting in ways that are, according to many assessments, in contravention of various international laws?
Yeah, I don't know. I have some intrinsic skepticism that this is motivating a large share of voters. I think, obviously, I understand that it's making the progressives and the left activists and the college students and certain minority groups that pay a lot of attention to this issue are from the area. But
isn't that the entire Democratic coalition? Once you take out black voters...
maybe it is now. Maybe that's all
But
that's
no,
left.
Ravi, black voters, Latino voters, young voters, at what point have you just named every cohort of voters? Because black voters are also older voters. Latino voters have a range of ages and socioeconomic backgrounds as well. You cannot just reduce this down. And I think this is what the media in some ways has been trying to do, what mainstream media has been trying to do, to minimize the scale of this problem and to try to say that it's young people's fault if Biden doesn't win. But the more and more groups are implicated in this, yes, it does become, the Democratic coalition is a diverse coalition that's not just largely white males or white women of a certain socioeconomic bracket the way that Republicans are. It is a diverse coalition that's reflective of a diverse country. And you cannot lose huge swaths of your voting demographic as Democrats and just shrug your shoulders.
I agree, and Joe Biden is losing a huge swath of the country, but he needs to hold together what he had last election. He needs to keep enough moderate, independent, suburban, affluent white people in the coalition, and I think those people are most concerned about Biden's age and the economic situation. And none of it helps. He's in a bad situation because he is both losing ground with, like, there's a world in which, if he's actually so right-wing on Israel, he should be bringing right-wing people in or something, and that's not working. He's just losing.
It's not just not working. It never works. When there is a Democrat that tries to run to the right to court this fabled,
moderate. John Fetterman has massively improved his favorability ratings in the last few weeks.
And are those people going to vote for John Fetterman over a Republican candidate in Philadelphia, in Pennsylvania? No.
I think he's
so you can
get
plaudits online if you care about Twitter buzz, but at the end of the day, Democrats don't win. No, we're talking about Democrats being able to earn votes during the election. And I don't think that we see it over and over again. Democrat says, I'm going to be tough on crime, I'm going to be tough on immigration. Look what the Democratic Party is trying to do right now by trying to call Republicans bluff on an aggressive conservative immigration bill. Republicans say it's not conservative enough, even though it's largely what we were asking for all of last fall. And it has done nothing but turn off a bunch of liberals who thought the whole point of voting for Joe Biden was to get away from Trump's immigration policies. And all the Republicans are like, I don't care. It's too little too late. I don't really believe that you care about immigration. Moreover, why wouldn't I just vote for the Republican candidate who I trust on this issue and who has even more conservative plans for the border than you do? You can never out-Republican a Republican, and all Democrats do is in effect, alienate their base. And I think that's what's happening with Joe Biden right now. And I don't think that he's doing it because he thinks that there's some massive pro-Israel base that he needs to pander to. The polls suggest there isn't. And I think a lot of these pro-ceasefire people, they're not anti-Israel. They just want to stop seeing the carnage in Gaza.
I've seen polls that show people support a ceasefire if that means the defeat of Hamas. I've cited them on the show before.
Right.
So I don't know. Like, I want a ceasefire too, and then I want both sides to stop massacring each other. And do I count as a pro-ceasefire voice?
The point here, Robbie, is that Joe Biden does not support a permanent ceasefire in any context. So whether or not you're talking about a poll that you like to cite or a poll that I like to cite, Joe Biden's not with either of those majorities in any of those polls because he at most supports like a 6-week ceasefire, and they haven't even managed to get that done.
All right, more Rising right after this.
What up? I was just doing my lay down sit. How's it going? Devil EMS. Do I know you guys? What's up? You an EMS guy? That's cool. I watched Madam Web the other night. She was an EMS lady.
Ooh, cool. I like this.
I'm a gamer. Nice. What's up? What are you guys up to? Oh. In Canada? Maybe you might know my girlfriend. That's where she's from. Anyway. We read at your chat. You're just in time. We have the two pillars of this stream are communism and crank shit. Oh man. I was gonna move on to crank shit, but then I forgot about
the U.S. government has for years threatened to ban TikTok.
Communism or crank shit? First person to say it, I will do. Okay. I've been waiting all day to watch this video. This is my new favorite YouTuber. Hey, Anon, what's up?
Start from the...
Thanks, dude. Hell yeah. Anyway, if anybody's new, I'm Matt. Yeah, like I said, communism, crank shit. It's the next phase of the dialectic. Okay. You'll see. I'm gonna be ahead of the game in a few years' time.
Very beginning. Mm-hmm. You say it's a 90-year cover-up.
Just about, yeah.
90 years.
Dialectical materialism so advanced it's indistinguishable from magic.
Magenta, Italy. They recovered a partially intact vehicle.
It's true. It's real.
Yeah, that actually happened. Italian government moved it to a secure air base in Italy for the rest of kind of the fascist regime until 1944, 1945, and you know the Pope Pius.
I believe this, by the way.
So the Vatican was involved.
Yeah, and told the Americans what the Italians had, and we ended up scooping it.
So let me be very clear about this. You're saying that the Catholic Church, the Vatican, they know about the existence of non-human intelligence on this planet.
Certainly.
It didn't start or end with Roswell.
Certainly.
The first traceable recovery of a UFO occurred 14 years before the infamous cover-up in the desert sands of Nevada. In fact, in direct statements made by both David Grush and Lou Elizondo, the
Ben
first
Norton,
NHI
dude,
craft to be
like,
forcibly taken by U.S.
If you look back the last few years and look at his videos, he's like the only commentator. Like he's got like 1,000% record basically. Like he's basically right about every single take he's had since he's been solo. Like he doesn't have not a single miss in the catalog. I've watched probably 98% of his content. And like even more so than I'd say like Breakthrough would be the only one that I would say, you know, like Eugene and Ranya's show. That's it. And then the fact that like kind of I feel like the way that the Gray Zone guys went after him, right? I feel like that I think that only makes him look more credible. Ironically. The way it went down. Like chasing him on that bus and everything.
U.S. forces would arise from the smoldering remains of the Italian fascist state, led by none other than Benito Mussolini during the Second World War. Hey guys, it's UAP Gerb, and today we are going to discuss the now infamous 1933 Magenta, Italy UFO crash retrieval. This tale,
you know, like the editorial split up. Well, like he used to write for, he used to fucking, you know, work with those guys. And then Max started pandering to the right, and Ben was like, fuck this. And he started his own thing. And I think it's been great since then.
Is both intriguing and perplexing, featuring a rich document trail and fascinating historical connections.
They do good work, man. There's not a whole lot of like. It's really challenging to pursue that kind of content in this day and age. It's really bad out there. Like the way they lean on you and whatnot.
To the regime of Mussolini and the Vatican. Why did Grush specifically reference this case to Ross Coulthart in his News Nation article? Buckle up, guys, because today we are going to dive right into the Magenta UFO retrieval. Before we do any sort of investigation, let's discuss the story, and guys, please forgive any butchering of Italian words or names that I use. In June of 1933, 14 years before the Roswell crash, an unknown craft crashed or landed at Magenta, just west of Milan, Italy. The craft was reported to be bell-like, almost resembling a mix
We had
between
another
a flying
EMS guy used to
saucer
hang out
and
here.
Die Glock,
Haven't seen him in a
the
while.
legendary mythical alleged Nazi wonder weapon. The craft sat at a reported 10 meters in diameter. Dictator Benito Mussolini thought
Dude,
this
that's
was an unconventional flying vehicle.
Yeah, I think the real ones, by the way, are the ones that have those little nozzles on the bottom. They have like a... You see the...
that originated from France, Britain, or Germany, but the Italian government established a top-secret group, the Gabinetto Ricciare Specializze 33, or how I'll refer to it from now on so you don't make me say that again, the RS-33, to examine the craft. This top-secret group was actually headed by Prime Minister Benito Mussolini, and Foreign Minister Galeazzo Ciano, Air Marshal Italo Balbo, with scientific support from astronomer Gino Sacchini, and possibly senator and founder of the radio Guglielmo Marconi. Marconi himself initially resisted Mussolini's terrestrial claims, believing the craft to be extraterrestrial in origin. The craft and its debris was reportedly stored in the hangars of the SIAI Marchetti Aircraft Company in Vergiate Varese. Journalists were ordered to keep silent about the incident due to national security, citing strict dissemination of information by the Agenzie Stefani, Italy's state propaganda papers. The UFO remained in the possession of Mussolini's regime until the fall of the Axis powers and was recovered by US agents of the Office of Strategic Services in 1944 or 1945,
Marconi.
and this was the former US intelligence agency. The Magenta case was brought to light by Italian UFO researcher Roberto Pinotti, who in 1996 received original Italian secret documents from the fascist regime containing both protocol on how to handle the craft discovery, as well as internal Italian government notes on UFO sightings from 1933 to 1940. The document consisted of both telegrams and handwritten notes. The sender chose to remain anonymous to Pinotti, going only by Mr. X, but did claim to have inherited them from a family member who worked on Mussolini's supposed UFO program.
Wow.
Roberto received a series of 3 internal Italian government telegrams relating to the craft. Let's review each one. In our first telegram, we see the telegram is sent by the Director of Special Affairs of the Stefani News Agency, the only agency of the Mussolini regime, as an official telegram of Milan. The priority of the telegram is labeled Lampo, or highest, with a Reservatissimo, a confidential rating. The telegram reads, quote, "By order of the Duce, the leader, absolute silence is ordered of the presumed landing of an unknown aircraft on national soil. The version is to be published with today's dispatch is confirmed. The same version also applies to personnel and journalists. Maximum penalties for offenders up to and including appeal to the State Security Court. Please confirm receipt immediately." Our second telegram was sent on the 13th of June 1933 at 4 p.m., again from the Stefani News Agency, with Lampo priority and Reservatissimo classification. This document reads, quote, "By superior order, the news disclosed today in the Stefani Dispatch number 63/3/1.0 should be treated as follows. The above-mentioned aircraft has been recognized as a meteor by the Barrera Astronomical Observatory. Given the news the slightest graphic relevance, there is no need to rectify, minimize." And finally, our third telegram was sent the same day, the 13th of June 1933, with the same priority, classification, and sender, this time at 5:07 p.m. This telegram reads, quote, "By order of the leader, it is ordered that circulation of the news about the craft of unknown nature referred to in today's Stefani Dispatch at 7:30 a.m. be stopped immediately. It is ordered that any leads for newspapers carrying this news be recast immediately. Maximum penalties for offenders up to and including appeal to the State Security Court. Please confirm receipt immediately." So with these 3 telegrams, we see the Italian press demand absolute silence over a landing of an unknown craft. Immediate arrest and maximum penalties were to be issued to any journalist commenting on the craft. From the telegrams, we can see the Italian propaganda initially pushed for journalists to treat the landing of the craft as an identified meteor, only to swiftly cease any and all reporting by Italian journalists. Does this not sound awfully similar to the Roswell incident? Quick media control to drown out the presence of a crashed UFO? If you look at the second and third telegrams I've shown you, you will notice an R/S stamp in the telegram text field. Unfortunately, I can't find any sharp enough images to decipher what exactly the text on this field reads. However, remember in the description of the alleged Magenta craft, a top-secret scientific coalition was formed to investigate the craft named the Gabinetto Ricerche Speciale 33, or the RS-33. In other words, the Special Group of 1933. Well, within the document sent to Pinotti, we see an introduction directly mentioning the RS-33 as a prelude to 2 sheets describing protocol for the crash. Atop the letter in 2 pages lies the stamp of the Kingdom Senate. This intro to this protocol memorandum has been translated by Paolo Guizzardi and reads, quote, "Dear DeSanti, I am sending you as requested and agreed verbally the note for your rule. Do not make copies, do not even mention it to your deputy. For any matter having to do with the RS-33 office, come to me first. I personally wrote these lines as to not expose them to the eyes of my secretaries, therefore adjust accordingly." So, who is this DeSanti, and who are the figures I mentioned earlier as connected with the RS-33? DeSanti, the man to which the craft recovery protocol was addressed, was almost assuredly a pseudonym for one Tommaso David, a colonel of the Frosinone, founder of the Volpi Argentante spy group and later head of the Sallo Secret Service, as discovered by Italian historian Arrigo Petaccio. Earlier, I mentioned the possible connection of Guglielmo Marconi to the RS-33, the Nobel Prize-winning inventor of the radio. Marconi was an outspoken advocate for belief in extraterrestrials, pursuing the possibility of contacting them via radio, as outlined in a rare article published in 1937 titled Guglielmo Marconi, Magician of the Invisible Ruler of Spaces by La Stella Mario, which itself referenced earlier claims by Marconi in 1920 and 1932. At this time in 1933, the strict propaganda machine of the Stefani, as mentioned earlier, would cover everything under the regime bar the highest authorities, Benito Mussolini, Foreign Minister Ciano, and Air Marshal Balbo. Due to this, it stands to reason the 2 men besides the Duce would be read into the top-secret RS-33. Ciano's likely involvement in RS-33 and direct naming in the fascist UFO sightings post-Magenta will become apparent later in the video. It is worth mentioning the famous Ciano diaries that describe Ciano's experience and involvement within fascist Italy up to his execution in 1943 makes no mention of this secret group. However, it is understandable given the top secrecy of this commission. What is interesting, however, is a deep rabbit hole between Etta Ciano, Ciano's wife and Mussolini's daughter, Alan W. Doles, the Ciano Diaries, and Operation Sunrise, as a front to retrieve the Magenta UFO from the crumbling fascist state. This is not my research, so I will not pass it off as my own. However, if you guys are interested, I will see if I can do an interview with the really sharp cat who has spent countless hours digging into the craft retrieval process by the United States. Now onto the mentioned memorandum describing craft recovery to DeSanti in conjunction with the RS-33. We see these labeled personal note, very confidential, so let's go through all 9 steps of protocol surrounding the Magenta retrieval. 1. Notify the mayor. 2. Order the immediate recovery of the aircraft. 3. Order immediate arrest of all witnesses. Appoint Special Section RS-33 of the OVRA, the Italian Gestapo, present in each provincial capital. 4. Direct all reports with the utmost secrecy and precedence over all priorities to the Central Meteorological Office at La Sapienza University in Rome. Exclusive relevance, RS-33 office. 5. To prevent ex officio the dissemination of any news, particularly in the press. 6. For the purpose of the previous point, it is necessary to publish from time to time very short articles in which the phenomenon is reported to its authentic and unique celestial nature. Meteor, shooting star, planet, luminous halo, iris, etc., according to form RS-33.FZ.4, previously transmitted to all the prefectures of the kingdom by special dispatch. 7. Transmission of reports to the Air Force is subject to the prior favorable opinion of the RS-33 office, whose decisions are unappealable up to the highest hierarchy of the Duce, 8. Strict exclusion of any other scientific body from the collection and examination of the reports available, including the Pontifical University. And 9. Charge all expenses related to this provision to Cap 32 Title XXII Heading 32-2 of the Order to the R Accademia d'Italia. Written authorization from Chief of Staff RS-33. And a couple thoughts here, guys. Points 8 and 9 sound like protocol almost identical to USAF Regulation 200-2 from 1953, which I talk about all the time, in which UFO sightings were delegated strictly to the Air Force or higher authorities while restricting cases to be shared with scientific bodies or Project Blue Book. And all of this operating protocol sounds extremely similar to the alleged MJ-12 or Majestic 12. If you don't know what that is, it is basically the alleged crash retrieval and reverse engineering group that operates with complete autonomy to investigate NHI within the USG. This is a really rough summary, as maybe I need to cover the MJ-12 docs, but the RS-33 sounds like an Italian precursor to the US body that would arise in the late 40s/early 50s. So, unlike the Stefani telegrams and memorandums, I have no verifiable evidence here for craft storage. But according to the anonymous sender Mr. X, the remains of the craft were stored in the shed of the Sia Marchetti Aeronautical Manufacturing Company.
I mean,
the trail here is incredibly confusing, as sometime during the...
So far, this looks pretty fucking like a strong case for this actually happening, which is nuts. Right? I mean, what the fuck? Like, how would you expect this to be any differently? Like, it's just documenting them, like, retrieving and then making rules to, like, what, okay, next time a UFO crashes, this is how we gotta handle it. I mean, I guess, play devil's advocate. If you were trying to hoax it, you could also probably hoax the paperwork, no? I mean, could you hoax the telegrams? That's probably something that there's like an official record of, right? I mean, that's a lot of paperwork. I mean, why are you so bullish on it? Grush thinks it's true.
1943 year, it is proposed the Nazis took control of the UFO and dissolved the RS-33. A possible link here is that a fire occurred in the CIA warehouse in Brigiat on the 17th of March 1943. The craft likely was then moved to Mussolini's enormous bunker under Mount Sorate, 27 miles north of Rome. At the time of its construction in 1937, the bunker was the largest in Europe, 3 miles long and 300 feet underground. Rumors circulated the bunker was used to house military equipment, possibly a recovered NHI craft. On the 8th of September 1943, the Germans executed Operation Ochse, disarming all Italian units and commandeering the bunker for the Wehrmacht command for southern Europe.
Damn,
more research needs to be done here to try to find a hard paper trail for the craft,
Italians
but this is what we're working with for now. An additional piece to this already complex puzzle was included by Mr. X to Pinati. These included a series of handwritten notes additionally bearing the seal of the Kingdom's Senate, describing a UFO encounter titled Mestre. With these is a 1936 Stefani telegram about Mestre stating, quote, "Absolute secrecy is required about unidentified aircraft mentioned in the 23/47 confidential report. A letter will follow." Okay, and on to our letter. We see a curious drawing of a cigar-shaped UFO with what appears to be an exhaust tail, not too dissimilar to a rocket engine, followed by 2 saucers with domes like ping pong balls on top. I'm immediately reminded of the flying saucer as described by Lieutenant Jacobs and the 1948 Chile's Witted encounter. In this UFO encounter, 2 American commercial pilots reported their aircraft nearly collided with a UFO over Montgomery, Alabama. The UFO, quote, looked like a wingless aircraft. It seemed to have 2 rows of windows through which glowed a very bright light, as brilliant as a magnesium flare. Comically, guys, Blue Book described this case as a meteor. Anywho, the text on this scribbled handwritten note was thankfully transcribed by the Black Vault. This reads, quote, "It was observed in the morning. It was a metallic disc polished and reflecting light with a length of 10 or 12 meters. 2 fighter aircraft from a nearby Air Force base took off, but were not able to reach it even traveling at 130 kilometers per hour. It did not emit any sound, which would lead one to consider an aerostat, a balloon. But nobody knows of balloons that can fly faster than the wind. I know for sure that it was seen by other pilots." The report arrived in the hands of Illegible. Then, after approximately an hour and a half of flying over Mestre, it was seen as a sort of metallic tube, gray or slate in color. A drawing by a confidential informant was redrawn by Andre, who, as far as the 2 A and B drawings are concerned, explained that A was described as being like a kind of aerial torpedo, with very clear windows, and with alternating white and red lights. B were 2 hats, 2 hats like those used by priests. They were wide, round, with a dome in the center, metallic, and followed the torpedo without changing their relative positions.
Wow.
The prefecture has opened an inquiry, but you can imagine that it will make little inroads and have a similar outcome to that of the 1931 case. The Duce has expressed his worries, because he says that if it were an English or French aircraft, his foreign policy would have to start all over again. And Italy wasn't just monitoring its own skies at this time. Here we can see from the archives of the prefecture in Milan, copies of telegrams from the prefects of the Kingdom of Italy to the government between 1933 and 1938, mentioning reports of, quote, unconventional flying vehicles, and show the official attention of the Italian authorities to the problem. This telegram, signed by Prefect Mutinelli, mentions the presence of unknown flying vehicles over Valona in Albania, a country under Italian control. Of course, every single thing I talked about would be void if the documents were fake, right? Well, fortunately, Pinotti took a skeptical approach when he was first contacted by Mr. X.
Pope's down,
He
dude.
had the documents tested by a forensic expert who said the paper and ink was from the period of the 1930s. Additionally, scientific consultant Antonio Garavaglia shared with Daily Mail, quote, "It can be stated with reasonable certainty that the sample examined and the subject of the appraisal can be considered original and therefore authentic." Additionally, Italian Reddit user LowLab5185 was able to lend his hand to the legitimacy of these documents by not only commenting on the writing style matching the futurism era of fascist communication style, but also provided 2 examples of official telegram templates used by Italian authorities in the 1930s. See the resemblance here. Remember how in both the telegrams and the RS-33 protocol, mention was made of labeling the craft's landing a meteor or other meteorological phenomena as directed by the Agenzia Stefani? Well, check this out. We can actually find direct reporting of this disinformation. From our telegrams and testimony, we can conclude the crash or landing occurred on the 13th of June 1933. From later that same month, we can find newspapers and magazines that report on inclement weather occurring in the Magenta area, severe lightning storms and hailstorms that illuminated the night sky, such as this paper from the 22nd of June, which reported the week prior a lightning strike that illuminated the night sky and struck 5 bricklayers on the Trisetta Magenta Road. Now on screen is a magazine illustration depicting the event. I unfortunately don't have much to go on for the Magenta case connection to the Vatican and Pope Pius XII. We will have to go off the word of David Grush and reporting done by Christopher Sharp, predating Grush in his 2021 article, All UFO Disclosure Roads Lead to Rome. Sharp writes about how initial relationships between Mussolini and the Catholic priesthood were quite good, and how the Duce confided with Pope Pius XII about the retrieved unknown craft. The Pope
Nazi
allegedly
Pope, wasn't he?
became uneasy about the craft being an Italian possession, as Italy allied with the Nazis, thus leaking information to the US about the craft. Due to the Pope's information, the facility which housed the craft was spared from Allied bombing. This curiously does in fact line up with the bunker Serrate we spoke about earlier. After the war or the end of 1944, the craft was brought to the US. Of course, this is all based on reporting, and I do not have a paper trail, but Christopher Sharp is a well-respected journalist within the UAP realm. As we stand, we can prove the authenticity of the documents,
He's the guy with
but not
that
yet
accent.
these anecdotal accounts. And lastly, my friends, as we opened with a powerful statement by David Grush, I would like to leave you with an additionally powerful statement by Lou Elizondo.
I don't trust this clown.
Gave a few hints before, but Roswell may not have been the first event, and well known. I mean, there's been some reporting internationally as well that there have been some crashed vehicles, and they were obtained by local authorities, and there was some scientific study done on them. I want to be very careful not to go too far down the rabbit hole, but I've seen personally some documentation that's very compelling from a particular foreign country where they had a recovery of a vehicle, and they had some countries conducting scientific analysis on it, and after World War II, allegedly, parts of that vehicle were brought to the United States.
Yeah, I think I know what country that was. It was a South American country, I think. Maybe Brazil. Damn it! Argentina. I'm not sure. I think it's
Italy. Italy.
Yeah, it was Italy.
Yeah, that's as it was explained to me. I saw some documentation. Look, I don't want to get too much into the conspiracy side of the house. There is some documentation that has been validated that was from Mussolini himself, and it's authentic. It's been proven to be authentic. The documentation, so certainly interesting.
Hey guys, thank you so much for joining me today as we took this dive into the 1933 Magenta Italy case. Sorry for the little bit of time away. I had some family in town for their spring break, but now that that's done, we're back in action. Personally, I find this case scintillating. It's the Roswell before Roswell. There's a rich paper trail here, as shown by Pinotti. So this is the kind of case I love, where we have documents we can dive into, we can cross-reference, we can see what's going on with legitimate documentation. So I remember when Grush first went public with his News Nation interview, and he referenced this case, I was gobsmacked, as Ross Coulthart would like to say, and immediately I dove into learning more and as much as I could about the Magenta case. I find this case particularly compelling, especially the idea that Benito Mussolini, who wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, thought this was a craft of British or German or French origin. And I find the description of the Glock particularly interesting, this kind of bell-shaped saucer-type UFO. I know there were some details added later on by one, I think William Brophy or William Brophy's grandson, who claimed that there were bodies uncovered. As we can see in the original documentation, we find no evidence of bodies, so of course I don't want to include those when I don't have any sort of hard evidence. Not sure about his claims. I think this man was involved in some other hoaxes, but I purposefully did not include that in today's video. And if you guys are interested, I will talk to the gentleman who has done countless hours of work into finding the connection process as to how the US retrieved the craft. I did not cover this because I could not talk about this without basically copying his work. That would undermine my credibility and undermine the dozens, if not hundreds of hours he has put into pouring through documents. So that's just not how I roll. I respect the man completely, but I would love to cover that if I can get him on the show.
Obama's
As always, guys, please
deep
remember
state.
to like and subscribe. This has been a particularly
2009. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Like he's got a history in Indonesia, no? At least his family does. Oh, did you see this shit? Um, so we voided this thing. Jarvis. Stupid fucking Jarvis. Anyway, it's just some, you know, if I could get this to work, it would totally own the fucking debunkers. Make me look bad in front of the debunkers. Come on. Come on, there we go.
An introductory paragraph states, the U.S. government has observed the app in or near the territory and or operating areas of the United...
He said UAP. UAP. UAPs. Fuck you.
An introductory paragraph states, the U.S. government has observed the app in or near the territory and or operating areas of the United States, of its allies, and of its adversaries, and observing, identifying, and potentially mitigating the app has become a growing priority for U.S. policymakers, lawmakers, and warfighters. The potentially ubiquitous presence of the app defines the national security implications of those anomalies, which range from operational hazards and threats to technological and intelligence surprise to adversaries' strategic miscalculations. It is imperative that provide the app incident, incursion, and engagement, reporting, data, and material for the department's detection and mitigation of potential threats, exploitation of advanced technologies, and informing policymaker and warfighter decisions. Reports on the app incidents are to be transmitted upwards with 96 hours, but any app reports within 12 hours. A app engagement is a kinetic or non-kinetic response to a app intended to deny, disrupt, or destroy the phenomenon and or its objects. The ultimate nexus of collection and analysis of these reports is a app engagement is a kinetic or non-kinetic response to a app intended to deny, disrupt, or destroy the phenomenon and or its objects. The ultimate nexus of collection and analysis of these reports is the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARO. The reporting procedures in the Joint Staff Message apply to detections or encounters that demonstrate behaviors not readily understood by sensors or observers. That include but are not limited to phenomena that demonstrate apparent capabilities or material that exceed known performance envelopes. The app reporting procedures described in this directive do not apply to incidents, incursions, and engagements by identifiable non-anomalous phenomena, for example, SWAS and other capabilities or materials that do not exceed known or predicted performance envelopes. Such incidents will instead continue to be reported through established processes and mechanisms. The reporting matrix seeks 11 categories of information. Among these, any app displayed anomalous characteristics behaviors, for example, no apparent control surfaces, extreme acceleration direction change, detection by certain sensors but not others, and any app effects on equipment, for example, mechanical, electrical controls and weapons systems, and whether persistent or transitory. ARO will coordinate the handling of any app objects and material of incidents, intrusions, and engagements, but recovery and transfer of identifiable, non-anomalous items of foreign origin continue to be managed by the .FMP Foreign Material Program. The military commands are to enable deployment of special sensors within the area of responsibility for the detection, observation, and identification in sensitive areas, and during testing or deployment of special capabilities. On its website, ARO calls the military reporting system defined in the May 2023 Genadmin current operational app reporting. In a briefing for selected journalists on March 6, 2024, ARO Acting Director Tim Phillips said that ARO is receiving approximately anywhere between 90 and 100-110 a month through such channels. Phillips also told the journalists, "We're trying to work out the command and control, the mechanisms on how other government entities can report app incidents to us. We've received a number of reports from Department of Homeland Security and their aircraft
We've received a number of reports from Department of Homeland Security and their aircraft reporting to us."
This is my man Davis.
We've received a number of reports from Department of Homeland Security
for
and their aircraft reporting to us that we follow up on. As for civilian pilots, the AARO website states, AARO receives UAP-related pilot reports, PIREPs, from the Federal Aviation Administration, the UAP reporting system for contemporary military-associated UAP events. As set forth in the May 2023 Joint Staff Message, is separate and distinct from the AARO Secure Reporting System for receiving reports from current or former U.S. government employees, service members, or contractor personnel with direct knowledge of U.S. government programs or activities related to UAP dating back to 1945, which is accessible through a portal on the AARO website. AARO does not yet employ any system for receiving UAP observation reports from the general public. The image below merely shows the first page of the Joint Staff Message. Click on the link to download the complete PDF. Live on X. Live, the Long March 8th Route.
And Kirkpatrick owned so fucking hard. Oh god. I mean, look at that. It's fucking Pentagon saying, yeah, there's all these UAPs everywhere. We don't really know what to do. So let's just keep track of them. Deny, disrupt. Damn, dude. They do be engaging. I don't know what Gerb thinks about that.
I do get the desire held by many socialists towards vote.
This is that guy we didn't like, and then Sip came in and made a passionate argument for him. So this is his next video. We'll give it a few minutes.
Campaigning, participating in electoral politics, it's driven by a desire to be heard, to gain influence, power, to get the policies that we all want. What I think is ignored when discussing this is that there are parameters within electoralism that greatly hinder the left in a way that just doesn't affect the right. So here's my go at figuring out why that is. Something I learned quite quickly in my early electoral politics days is that representative politics, whether that's first past the post or alternative vote, ultimately come down to a matter of racing to the middleman. Your ability to gain power is based on the amount of people that will believe in your ideas, right? For more radical groups, that will mean only a very small percentage is ever gained. And so in order to gain a grander share of those votes, you need to extend your views to cater to others. It becomes a slow and steady dilution of your standards. What's important here is the party platforms have a stronger interest to gain votes than the interest to educate people over towards your more radical views. If you watch the creator Joris on TikTok, I recommend you do, by the way, he's a really good egg. A really good point he made when he was asked whether or not he's afraid of National Rally, formerly National Front, taking power in France is, no, he's not. Because plenty of the policies that the party have wanted for the past 40 years have been put into action because of the influence of the group. Parties on the other side then have to appeal to that conservative reaction in order to accrue those votes. It is a race to the middle ground of opinion. So then you might ask, why can't we just do that on the left? Why can't we form our own parties that will influence conservative opinion and bring them to the left, fighting back? Well, the problem comes down to a very stark difference, I think, in what our goals are. Left and right aren't just two different relative opinions. You can more so think of them as the genesis and the antithesis of the status quo ante, as it were. If you're wondering why the right are so much better at huddling together whilst the left seems to do nothing but bicker about and fight over who's correct, that's why. Conservatives already have their foundational base. They live in it. They're just interested in hanging on. Something that has broader appeal to the average person, something we're all brought up with. Socialist thought historically, then, at the furthest end, is really desiring a complete rupture from that. Sectarianism might be a problem, but you have to understand that there's a material reason for why there is so much debate. It's not an infantile disorder, as some may believe. A few weeks ago, I came across this essay by the late David Graeber explaining why he thinks there are so few anarchists in academia compared with others, like Marxists. The basic thrust is summarized in this passage. It's not that anarchism doesn't lend itself to high theory, it's that it is primarily an ethics of practice, and it insists beyond anything else that one's means must be consistent with one's ends. One cannot create freedom through authoritarian means. That as much as possible, one must embody the society one wishes to create. This does not square well with the operating within universities that still have essentially a medieval social structure, presenting papers at conferences in expensive hotels, and doing intellectual battle in language no one who hasn't spent at least 2 or 3 years in grad school would ever have a hope to be able to understand. That doesn't apply just to anarchists, I don't think. That applies to all kind of left-wing opinion. There is some kind of very nucleus within the left-wing scene that is interested with changing the world, right? I think that's not too controversial to say. It's why on the left there is such a desire to educate and enlighten people on fundamentally different economic and social beliefs. That, like I've said, runs counter to the very nature of electoralism. You don't need to educate, just get the votes. I'm not saying that politics is purely about changing all your beliefs, obviously, just that there is observably an interest to cut away many of those standards in an attempt to gain larger ground. The interests, like everything, are what are important. And these interests might make you seek short-term goals instead of more systemic ones. See members as due-paying machines, increased bureaucratization, so forth.
Seriously.
That doesn't just apply to parties, by the way, that applies to orgs too, as I and many others have had plenty of experience dealing with. By the way, bit of a hot take, but constant back and forth within the left is not necessarily something to be ashamed of, something that we need to fix or something like that. It speaks to a desire to not just simply be satisfied with our current state of affairs. I can get pissed off if I say something bad or I hold a crap belief or whatever. I've done it. Lots of people have done it. But I should at least be happy that there will always be people ready to challenge that, instead of bolstering vulgar or backwards opinions. I am, after all, only one man. And I'll take a bit of gatekeeping over slow and sluggish opportunism.
It's okay, go ahead.
So that's why I'm skeptical of lefties desiring to win elections. It's not just a wrongful use of our time and energy, it also leads to severe departures from our beliefs. Now, can you think of someone who espouses right-wing rhetoric and standards to bolster their own base whilst claiming to be nominally socialist? He's in the thumbnail.
Something is rotten in the state of Britain. A tale of 2 princesses, one of them black, one of them white, both of them on the rough end of establishment treating.
That's right, George Galloway. George Galloway. This is, whether you like it or not, the superficial interpretation of what a left-wing Nigel Farage figure is. Someone who might have all the flares and historic angle of left-wingedness, but in reality just shifts opinion to the right in an attempt to garner more support, instead of changing minds. A textbook opportunist. But he's winning, right? That's good. He's winning elections. Yeah. At the worst end, then, this is the result. Vulgar individuals who unconsciously view the left as a brand, or have become too dogmatically sunk into their beliefs to ever consider a degree of empathy or standard. Now, you might argue that this is a caricature, as if you look around, it's clear that the current Pat Sock clownery undoubtedly emerges from a Marxist-Leninist foundation, but that's the foundation. The encompassing gambit that unites all people who take this path, whatever flavor of leftism that might be, relies on the upholding of these institutions of status quo, upholding the right as the default standard that we should orientate ourselves towards. Instead of demanding, we won't get any votes unless we act like X, or, we have to appeal to gamers in order to win, or whatever, or even on a less electoral level, we need to be more disciplined, we need to go to the gym 4 or 5 times a week. Consider whether these institutions, these practices, inherently don't work for the real gains that we want as lefties. Because, as I've learned quite well over the past few years, winning isn't enough. We should understand what our principles are first, and then base all of our strategies and ethics around them. That's not naive. I'll go more into detail on this in a video in a few years. So that's the main point then. Electoralism is biased towards the status quo. There's another similar danger which I find is linked with this, and it's what I like to call stepping stone strategy. The idea that in all walks of politics, you give platform to ideas or people that, whilst not inherently perfect, or not inherently what you believe, will enable better avenues to emerge later down the line. Well, I have to consider where the evidence is for that. Like I said, there's George Galloway, but there's another person I know of that I never really got on with very well, who used to get all of the buzz from a leftward angle, until some recent events have revealed what many of us already knew. You know, of course, who I'm talking about, Russell Brand. And I remember people for years now have believed, yes, he's problematic, yes, he hasn't got the best views, but his influence will galvanize people towards better leftist ideas. Here's the problem, though, he didn't. And he doesn't really even today. He's very set on his line of thought, and he's not just going to allow potential financial or social capital streams to be siphoned away, so they become defensive.
This is such like a vibes based, like not even vibes based, because this is really I think none of this stuff, this is just too online. It's so online. It's just not like, these are not relevant issues if you like go down and like join the party, you know, join a group in your neighborhood. No one's going to be talking about any of this bullshit. And like, so like, is this a different type of person that this content is appealing to? Like it's so slimy to like attack Galloway. It's like, what have you done for anybody? Right? It's like, he's like, might not have all of your politics, but he's certainly like lighting a fire under the fucking, you know, the I don't know what you would call them, establishment. They're definitely annoyed by him, giving them a hard time. That's like an objectively good thing. So like, I don't know, maybe you can like complain about him when he does something bad, not like just in the future, like at some point he will disappoint me. Yeah, it's just not even vibes based though, because it's like they're weird. It's like it's not actually the vibes. It's like, I don't know, it's weird content, dude. I don't know where this guy's coming from. Kind of freaks me out. Oh, fuck. I forgot about this.
Easy people, hope everyone's doing okay. Welcome to the town of Visoko. And today I'm going to take you right up there. You can just see the peak there, the trees. That is the Bosnian pyramid. The Bosnian pyramid, yep, you heard me right. This place is fascinating. It's been a subject that I've had a great interest in. I'm really looking forward to getting up there, exploring.
Dude, I
and
want to
what
see
is
underneath.
really
Come on,
special
Stu.
about this place is the official narrative denies that it's a pyramid. It doesn't want this to be a pyramid here for obvious reasons. This is Bosnia. And if this is a pyramid, then it's bigger than the one in Egypt. And that changes the whole historical narrative of what we have been taught, what we have been told to believe. And I'm just here with Kareem's father.
Aga Khan, Jamia, Aga Khan.
Aga Khan.
Fondacja Aga Khan.
Aga Khan.
Yeah.
Kind of a cool term.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Yeah? So this is Kareem's father. This is the place that I'm just staying at that you saw in the previous video. And he's kindly going to drive me up to the pyramid. Wait, what is your name? Sorry, your name?
Yeah.
Your name?
Yeah, Music.
Ah, Music. Huh? His name's Music. Huh? We'll go with that. It's a good name, right?
Jamia, das nehme ich. Clip.
Clip. Here, to the right?
Yeah.
You say turn to the right?
Yeah.
Is this something interesting?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, почему после?
Hey, go and look. Me go and look. Yeah? Okay, you wait here. After. Ah, okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. You can always communicate. You just got to improvise a little bit of imagination.
Aga Khan. Prva nagrada za arhitekturu. Aga Khan.
They're not communicating at all. He doesn't understand a thing he's saying.
Architecture. Historica.
Autobahn Historica Aga Khan Fondacja Switzerland.
Excelente, Excelente.
Excelente.
Super. I think we're speaking Italian now. I'm not sure. Is that Bosnian, huh? Bosnian, huh? So this is a scholar. This is like a school, huh? There we go. Getting the tour of the town right now.
A Bosnian couple lived here, actually.
Valley
We were in
of the Pyramids.
LA.
Look at this. 7 different pyramids right here. So anyway, let's go and find out what is going on in the labyrinth of tunnels underneath the Pyramid of the Sun. As you can imagine, much of this site hasn't been fully excavated because the authorities don't wish to reveal what is here.
Yeah, dude.
And it's down to the tireless work of, you'll have to forgive me, I forget his name, a Bosnian archaeologist who really brought this to the people's attention of the world. And he's paid the price for doing that because before he was a respected archaeologist teaching at the universities in America. Which way am I going? I think we'll go down this way.
Really?
And when he come out and said that this is a huge pyramid complex here, bigger than the ones in Egypt, they took his license away. And this is very normal. If you go outside the box, the curriculum of what is accepted, what is the official narrative, you will pay the price, and that man certainly has. Hello.
Hi.
I have one ticket, please.
Have you been inside before?
I haven't, no, this is my first time. First time.
Okay, you will go with the guide.
I have to go with a guide? How much is that guide?
20 marks.
20
He's
marks.
not for selling, but the ticket is.
Oh, okay. Oh, so he's just part of the package. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. How's it you, huh? Hello. Hey, am I okay doing videos, huh? Am I okay doing videos, yeah? Good man, good man. Okay.
You're English.
I am English, yes.
I can hear.
So you need a helmet. So we are going underneath. This really is a labyrinth, huh?
Yep.
Wow.
Where are you from?
From England.
Oh, then you can have translation in Italian.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
Let's go. Is it okay, yeah? Ah, there we go. There we go. Super.
Tour which is about 700-800 meters. We are not entering the Pyramid of the Sun, but we are always moving in the direction of the pyramid, that is southeast. But from here till the pyramid we have 3 kilometers airline, and we cleared about 2.5. So that's the reason why we can't enter the pyramid now, because we haven't cleared everything.
Yes.
This is the only exit, the only entrance. We don't have any others. As you walk deeper in the tunnels, we have more negative ions. They clear the air from bacteria and viruses, and they are very important, especially for the people who have problems with asthma or bronchitis or leukocytes, white blood cells, so in global with immune systems. Inside of the tunnels we measure between 20 and 60,000 per cubic centimeter. Outside in the city is 100 till 200. Bottoms, ceilings, the walls are already original. So we don't dig anything, and everything is the original size. This material, so walls and the ceilings, are so-called conglomerate, mixed from different stones, sand and pebbles. Geologists from Germany and Poland did the analysis, and they discovered that this came here 33 to 35,000 years ago when the pre-last ice age melted.
Wow.
In whole city, this place is the only place where we have this conglomerate. This material is mixed with the melted clay and the water, then they produce big concrete blocks, and out of 4 layers of the concrete blocks, the Pyramid of the Sun is built. And between 2 layers, if we are counting from bottom to the top, 3rd and 4th, we found fossilized leaf that we sent in in Ukraine. They did radiocarbon analysis, and the leaf is 30,000 years old, so 30,000 years old. So we don't dig, we don't use any other tools, we don't use drills, just the shovel and wheelbarrow, and we take this material, which is soft material. But at the entrance to every new tunnel, we always find so-called dry walls. I will show you how they look like. Those are big river stones set one on another without any kind of the binders. So no cement, no concrete, no clay, nothing, completely dry. And in one of them we found a piece of wood that burned before. We sent the wood to Sweden, and the analysis showed that the wood is 5,000 years old. And that's the reason why we think that we had here 2 active civilizations. One digging and building, according to the leaf, 30,000 years ago, and second closing everything, according to the wood, 5,000 years ago. But we didn't want to give them names. Reason, back to school, doesn't matter if you live Italy, England, Bosnia, Serbia, Zanzibar, we all learn the same thing, and we learned that the oldest civilizations are Sumer, Babylon, and Egypt, but they are just 8,000 years old. And we all learned that the oldest pyramids are Egypt, 5,000 years old. And when my guest asked me, why can't we find anything about you in the history books or I don't know in some scientific magazines, my answer is actually a question. Who wants to change history in 21st century?
Yeah.
Especially with a small Balkan country.
Mm-hmm.
No one wants to do it.
No.
I'm sorry for being honest, but nobody wants to do it.
Yeah. How many pyramids are here?
We discovered actually 6.
6.
But the 5 have names.
Yeah.
The 6th one still doesn't. So we have Pyramid of the Sun, of the Love, of the Dragon, of the Moon, and Temple of Mother Earth.
Wow.
And the 6th one is still unnamed.
Oh, unnamed.
So we send little piece from every structure to Geophysical University in Kiel in Germany. They did material analysis for us, and the analysis showed that those aren't natural stones. So this is mix of clay, sand, and water, and then everything is on very high temperature baked. So, and the scientists told us we needed the temperature about 1000 degrees Celsius. So it's not possible that the nature did it without burning everything else.
Yeah.
So we scanned everything with a georadar that works like the X-rays, and we find out that in every bigger ceramic we have quartz crystals, smaller pieces in whole block, that under every ceramic at the depth 20 to 25 meters, here is 21 meter under, we have underground water flow.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason why we had physicists here, and they find out when the water produces frequency goes up, hits the ceramics and the crystals. Crystals start to vibrate, ceramics to resonate, and the ceramic works just like transformer. So transforms that negative frequency into positive for us.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, in whole length of these tunnels, so not only where the ceramic is, also in the top of the Pyramid of the Sun, we have electromagnetic field, frequency 28 kilohertz, which can regenerate the cells and the organ. So the biggest ceramic here in this group is actually the smallest one that has quartz. We don't move them, we scan them, we got volume, surface, and then we determine the mass. The biggest one here weighs 350 kilograms, but this is the smallest one with the quartz inside. But we will see later the ceramics that weigh 3.5, 4, and 8 tons. So this is only 350 kilograms.
Wow.
These two are also here, also at the original place, but they don't have any kind of the crystals inside. So we don't know their function. That everything that you see, it is at the original place. We just clear the sand and we leave it like it was.
On some Indiana Jones shit. Wow.
And that's the reason why that we have scientists here who know how to translate this. They try, and they told us that we have just a little problem. The runic letters are only 2,000 years old. According to the wood, tunnels are 5,000 years closed. This what you see here are the Hungarian runes. We set them here because some of them are matching that we have down, but everybody told us we can't translate it. On our good luck, in the team was Bobby Scarf. She's a retired professor, university professor. She was history professor in USA. She found the book of the old runic letters, and she translated this, what we have here. But the other block that we will see with the symbols, we don't have translation. So basically I'm going to tell you the translation that we officially have, and that you can find in Dr. Sam's book, The Man Who Discovered Everything.
Yeah.
So the translation is, the gate is closed, we are at the standstill, but we will need to fight that we can defend and conquer when the Stargate is open again. Stargate meaning really spiritual gate, not this that we have today. But from that translation we can't actually explain what's going on. Where is the gate? When it's going to be open? Maybe it is open. We still don't know, but the translation is really interesting. Can you add here?
transforms that negative energy into something that's positive for us. That's why I told you that these are ancient machines. They neutralize and transform something negative into something that's positive for us.
On your right, you will have our so-called K3 that weighs 3.5 tons. On the left, we will have K1. That one weighs 4 tons, and on that one you will see create symbols. So these are the
Magnetic
symbols. You can
stones,
see
huh?
them here, and here closer to the bench, you can see.
Yeah.
And this is how they look like when we scanned everything. Unfortunately, just 3 of them are matching Greenwich letters, and we have 25 altogether. So
That scared
24
me.
totally unknown.
Yeah.
So we don't know the translation.
Wow.
What's up, dude?
This is our so-called K2, and this one weighs 8 tons, but again, only 8 tons. You're just like only 350, or it's too much. No, we have the ceramic that we called K5, which is still not completely cleared from the sand, so that's the reason why it's still in the scientific area. But cleared part of the K5 weighs about 20 tons. So welcome to the tunnels where the 8 tons is just 8 tons. That in every ceramic we have pieces of quartz crystals. Here we have one bigger oval-shaped quartz. Here the block is not directly on the ground. You can put feet down under. So we were under, we took a photo, we took a sample. And right behind you, the photo eternity, you can see the pedestal or the table that the block is lying on. That is natural stone, but still the stone block is glued with calcium carbonate. And in that time, calcium carbonate was the best glue they had. So that means, whoever they were, it was important to them that nobody can move it, that nobody can take anything from this place, so that it needs to be here kind of forever. We scanned everything again, and we find out that here, at the depth of 22 meters, we have the biggest, and I can say the strongest, underground water that's flowing. And when we had physicists here inside, they also discovered that in the tunnels we can measure 2 frequencies more, not just electromagnetical. We have also ultrasound frequency, but we have ultrasound thanks to the electromagnetical frequency. They actually find out that this electromagnetical frequency spreads through the tunnels, flows to the top of the pyramid, but on the way up it hits in the walls and in the ceilings. In them we have a lot of the quartz crystals and minerals, and when it hits quartz crystals and minerals, it comes to so known in physics piezoelectric effect, and we got ultrasound frequency. Ultrasound frequency, again, in the whole length of the tunnels, is between 28 and 42 kilohertz, and maybe numbers doesn't affect you, but 28 to 42 kilohertz frequency, we modern people call physical therapies. I don't know if you noticed, but you don't have internet and you don't have signal here. Thanks God. Thanks to that, we don't have electromagnetic radiations from the antennas, from the phones, from the signals, and we don't have any kind of UVA, UVB lights inside, so nothing is coming in. And again, we don't have negative frequencies from the water. Thanks to that, in the tunnels we have still original frequency of the planet Earth. In physics, it is called Schumann resonance. The frequency is originally 7.83 hertz. And I'm really sorry, but I need to disappoint you. Outside, since 1990s, the lowest Schumann resonance is not 7.83 hertz. The lowest is 20 hertz, and it just grows. And physicists say the main reason is electrosmog. Smartphones, internet, Wi-Fi, 3G, 4G, 5G, antennas, aeroplanes. And I'm so sorry, but again, I need to disappoint you. Schumann resonance, so 7.83 frequency hertz, is the only one which is perfect for the mental and physical health. Because that frequency causes the brain to work slower, and thanks to that, brain can regenerate faster. How much can you personally feel electromagnetic frequency? Because we people, we have our electromagnetic fields, so-called auras, and when they connect with some other aura, people who are a bit more sensitive to these things, they start to react, especially at the palms, or fingertips, because those are our nerves. But again, that you need to know. If you're coming here alone, first time when you come here, you need to go with the guide. So this is the guided tour when you know what to do, where to sit. Second time you can go alone for so-called meditation. Ticket is cheaper than this one. It is for 1 hour, because the ceramics, like ceramics, they don't heal anything. They are just machines. They transform one frequency to another. The frequencies are those that are healing.
So they've actually measured the electromagnetic field down here, yeah? Wow. It's
Seems
strong.
like it could be effective.
Just 28 kilohertz. That one that regenerates cells and
feels good.
neurons.
Yeah, yeah.
And we had one Croatian physicist who did that for us. And he was so stunned with that, what we measured here in the top of the pyramid of the sun,
Yeah.
that he decided to visit more than 80 pyramids in the world. Just please watch your head. And those pyramids are pyramids in Egypt, Guatemala, China,
Yeah.
Sudan, Peru, Mexico, and Canarian Islands. And of every single one, again more than 80, he measured the same frequency of the electromagnetic field.
Wow.
28 kilohertz.
So that's not a coincidence. No, these are
No way. That's the
healing.
reason why we don't believe that the pyramids were tombs.
Yeah.
gravestones.
No, I don't believe that
I don't
either.
believe it. I don't buy
Healing,
it. I'm sorry.
healing.
My personal opinion is just telling you that
Uh-huh.
not joined to my job.
Yes.
If they were if the pyramids were tombs,
Yes.
why the dead people needed the frequency that regenerates cells and organs? When
Yeah.
we know when we wanted to mummify them, they took the organs outside.
Yeah.
Why
Doesn't
did
make
they
any sense, no?
Yes, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Why do they need it? Something that regenerates.
To be honest, you wouldn't build a pyramid of these sort of sizes just to house
Yes,
a
if you
dead
wanna-
body, you know?
When
They're-
you die, really, you need a grave 2 meters long,
Yeah.
meter
Yeah,
and a half
not a-
meters wide. I'm
not a mega
sorry,
structure.
I'm honest. 200 meters.
These energy buildings of some sort, then healing properties and
Yes, and every single pyramid
yeah.
are built at so-called ley lines.
Oh, the ley
process of
lines,
the
yes,
ley.
yeah. The natural
The
electro
energy-
fields.
Yeah, the energy lines
Yes.
of the planet Earth that
Yeah.
actually connect volcanoes.
It's the strongest points of the
And
fields,
they
yeah.
actually, example, Cheops pyramid or Khufu in Egypt.
Yes.
We have 18 ley lines crossing in one point.
Wow.
We have 24 here.
24.
Yes.
God.
We have even more. So here on your left, if you do kind of half squat,
Yeah.
you can see the lake here. When you see it, we will just continue.
Oh yeah, okay.
Behind me.
Yeah, wow.
There we will sit and I'll explain you everything about the water. Znači ovdje samo ako se malo sagnete možete vidjeti jezerovac.
Wow. Do you think you'll ever get the funding to fully excavate this place, or they don't want to?
Basically, our goal is now to enter the pyramid.
Yeah.
To see if we have something inside. What is that? Was that maybe the reason why they decided to close
To
everything?
cover it, yeah, to bury it
And
almost.
then we have the goal when we do that.
Yeah.
To come back and to clear all the other tunnels.
Yeah.
To see where they lead, in which direction what's going on. I like lake.
Yeah.
We discovered it at the beginning of 2011. It is like half of these chambers, so 15 square meters big, and the water depth is half meter. But in the same year, at the end, we discovered 2 tunnels more. They're going southeast and east, and they are 220 and 150 meters long. Both of these tunnels are fully filled with the water, but the proof that they are not natural. You can see it here in the photos. At the bottom, in the middle of the bottom, in both of these tunnels, we have a channel which is 40 centimeters wide. The sides you can see up at this photo on your right. The sides are 90 degrees sides, and the slope is 1.5 degrees. There is no way that the nature did it.
Absolutely not.
If it's possible, why don't we have a creek that flows 20
This
meters
is
under
man-made,
these
yeah.
circumstances? No way. So
Absolutely
it's not
not.
natural.
Yeah.
Water level is actually half meter at the beginning, but meter 70 at the end. And this is the water level that never changes. So it doesn't matter how much water do we take, what
Is this
do we do,
a spring
it's the
then?
same.
Is this like a spring of
We
some
don't
sort of
know.
connected to?
We don't know from where where is water coming, where is going,
Ah.
but we think it can be connected
Yeah.
with some kind of the bigger water accumulation.
Yeah.
We did a scanning and we discovered that under the pyramid of the sun we have a huge lake.
Yes.
It can be that they work like in physics, those, I call them conjoint pots.
Right.
When you empty one, from the another one is filling that you have it here. Because we couldn't discover from where is water coming, where is flowing. And we had, I'm going to tell you the best example how the water works. In 2014, we had floods. So all the ex-Yugoslavia, so Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia, Croatia, they were under the water. So normal level of River Bosna that flows through this city in the maze about 2.5 meters. This is maximum of the maximum. But in May 2014, we had 9.5 meters water level. It was raining for 1 month without stopping. So basically the water from the pipes, from tap water, if you wanted to drink it, you needed to boil it because the water was muddy.
Whoa.
You couldn't drink it because everything was totally under the water.
Yeah.
But water level here and color didn't change a bit. So that really means that it doesn't
That is
have
amazing.
connections with the water from outside.
Mm.
But maybe with some other water accumulation, it can be. And because of that, we are doing every single year water microbiological analysis. So this is the newest one. Health Institute from city Zenica, that is here near the city. They did microbiological analysis. This is the newest one, March this year.
Yeah.
And the analysis showed the water is without bacteria, without viruses, without any kind of the other microorganisms. The water is 100% drinkable water.
Yeah.
And the pH value is always between 7.4 and 7.6.
Wow.
Human pH is always 7, 8.
Yeah.
And the Institute of Bio, and that is shorter name of this institute, they split the people into 2 groups. One drinking tap water, another one drinking tunnel water for about 1 month, but without knowing what kind of the water, so that we don't cause placebo effect. That it's up, I'm gonna drink, I know what I drink, so that's the reason why I'm better. Before and after, they'd actually measure all these parameters. And when we got final analysis, it showed that the people with Slovenian water, tap water, have no changes, which is really normal, because that is the water that we all drink, doesn't matter where we live. But the people with this water, they have 30 to 40% better blood analysis. All of them had normal blood pressure. The exact same things happen with the, I don't know if you heard, for the Zamzam water from Mecca, Saudi Arabia. It's holy water to the Muslims. The same thing happens, but again, holy water, and it's like that because of the prayers. Here we don't do any kind of the prayers, so that's the reason why I don't like to say this is holy water or this is healing water. This is basically healthy water.
Living waters, I like to
Living
call it.
water,
Yeah.
energetically alive water.
Yeah.
Why they gave a certificate that says the water has very high energy level, but that they don't have the answer why. And we wanted to know why. We couldn't wait that the answer comes alone. So we sent the water to Japanese physicist, Dr. Masaru Emoto.
Yes.
I don't know if you heard
Legend.
about him, but he's the one who proved that the water really is alive,
Yeah.
that the water has emotions, can take and share the information, and that the water has memory. Just like us people, we share the information between each other. We learn what somebody says and we tell it to somebody else. But he proved really that if you expose the water to the higher frequencies, those are yelling, swearing, words of hate, aggressive music, if you freeze the water and then you decide to take a picture of a crystal, you will always get completely broken crystal. For those, he said the water has very low level of the energy. It's energetically dead water, which is not bad water. It's just that the water is drinkable, but the only effect is I'm not thirsty. So nothing else. You will get nothing else except that.
Yeah.
And he proved if water is exposed to lower frequencies, words of love, classical music, meditating, or when somebody's praying, when you freeze it, it will have snowflake. I like to call it snowflake, or the hexagon crystal. He said that that is actually the most perfect form that the water can form. And he told us actually that this means that the water is energetically alive.
Yes.
And if we drink it, that it can make our health a bit better, because the body is 75% brain, 85% water. Oni samo pazi svi glavu. Watch your head here, please. When you come inside, you just enjoy.
Bosnian Valley of the Pyramids. Is
This is
this?
Bosnian, a pyramid of the sun,
Yes.
of the love,
Yeah.
of the dragon,
Yeah.
of the moon, and temple of Mother Earth.
Wow.
190 meters high.
Yeah.
From the latest excavations, not from here where the sites originally start, from here to the top we have 270 meters. Cheops pyramid,
In Egypt. Yes. 147 meters, and this one is
190.
190. Wow.
Over 270.
Oh,
And what is
man,
interesting? What
that's
is something that in
huge.
nature can be natural?
Yeah.
If we connect the top of the pyramid of the sun with the top of the pyramid of the dragon and of the moon, we have, I like to call it same-sided triangle. And the distance is exactly 2,170 meters between the tops.
Exactly.
Nature can do that.
Precise. Is it, wow. That is actually incredible.
170,
Yeah.
2,170, 2,000.
No, yeah, these things just cannot be down to chance. This is,
Sides,
yeah,
45 degrees angle is
perfect.
perfect.
Yeah,
Orientation to the north, but cosmical north. That is the Northern Star.
yeah. Ah, so it aligns with the pole star,
Yeah.
Polaris.
Wow. Has the deviationary error of 0 degrees 2 minutes on the perfect.
Yeah.
Here is 0 degrees 0 minutes, only 12 seconds.
Shut up, kid.
Which can't.
No. This site is it's incredible. Yeah, they really to just brush these things off as natural formations is shocking. But this is what the historical narrative is like. You don't want to reveal such an impressive site.
Yeah, I opted for the same.
Wow, what an incredible tour that was. So much information in there. Just incredible. It's not a natural formation. That is really shocking. Well, it's not shocking. This is what is the world's really like.
It's so old, mate.
They don't want to examine further, explore things further, but that's what we're going to do right now. So we're going down to this area here, park area. Not entirely too sure what is here. And then I think I'm going to go back up and do my own meditation in there, you know, a 1 hour ticket, because it'd be nice just to chill and relax in there. So let's go. And those of you that follow my other channel, Electric Realm, this is exactly the things that I'm speaking about. Electromagnetism, free energy, frequencies, sounds, vibrations.
Let's go, baby.
Really, there's a lot of information that we're not taught about, but this information really is coming to the front now. It's
That's right, bro.
Cat's out the bag, so to speak, and I think they're really struggling to contain this awakening of really what this place is. It's an electric realm. Everything is sound, everything is frequency, and everything is a vibration. The living waters, as she was speaking about. The
I'm a
living
bit of a sound lord myself.
Doesn't get any cleaner than spring water, that is for sure. This is the archaeologist that I was speaking about, the guy who discovered it, the Bosnian, Dr. Samir Sam. Really inspirational guy, alongside many of these others who are calling this what it is, which is it's a pyramid. These are pyramid complexes. There's no two ways about it. And when you add into the equation,
say about
quite
this?
literally, the alignment.
He's probably not into it.
These pyramids.
It's too old for him.
With perfect geometry and alignment to the Pleiades.
Yo, my man's allowed to do cookies
Star
on vacation.
constellation, just like we have in Egypt, the alignment to the Orion Belt constellation. You begin to see the magnificence of the ancient world and the people who built these structures. Golden section, 7 sisters of Pleiades, matched layout of 4 Bosnian pyramids, sun, moon, love and dragon. The chances of that being a random formation of nature impossible, impossible. This is a pyramid complex. No two ways about that, my friends. And to have the golden ratio just shows you the mathematical precision that was needed to construct these places, which they were constructed. This is man-made. This certainly isn't a natural formation.
Yeah, there's probably a shitload more pyramids out there that we don't know about.
Some of the many experts that you won't get to hear about in the mainstream.
People fucking
And this
going
quote
hard
right
back in
here
the
is very
day.
powerful. Bosnian pyramids are artificial objects created with careful planning of their shape and location, built with unknown technology whose purpose was to preserve primary cosmic vibrations.
See?
I love how they've utilised the natural
Cosmic
springs
vibes,
in the
dude.
area. Absorb the energies, the good energies. This is really what this is all about. This existence is
I mean,
an
it's vibing.
energy playfield. I'm just
You
going to
can
show
see
you
his
some of the
frequencies are all
stalls
up,
here
dude.
selling some of the crystals. Very kind man. He saw my Nikola Tesla tattoo and caught his attention.
Got
And
Tesla
just showing me some of these. So what is this?
Carbodonium.
Carbodonium. And it is a crystal, huh?
Crystal.
Crystal. Look at the colours on this. This is
Yeah,
absolutely
that shit goes hard.
gorgeous.
I bet you
Beautiful.
can zap the shit out of yourself with that.
Just lean that there, yeah. Look at this, we have all the quartz, amethysts.
Amethyst, labradorite.
Wow.
This ahat. Citrine crystal.
Yeah. And this is the card for here. This is the
rose
place.
quartz.
Yeah.
Aquamarine.
Aquamarine. Wow.
Yes.
Beautiful. Wow, look at the colours of this. The colour.
Ahat. Opal.
Opal. Oh, this is gorgeous.
This.
Yeah, nearly. Explain to
It's
me this
opal from
again.
Zelda. Yeah, I know what that is.
Orgonite.
Orgonite. And this protects negative negative ions, huh? So this absorbs the negative ions, produces positive ions. I believe that's what he said. And inside is copper. That is copper inside this. And I've spoken many times before about copper's properties, being an excellent conductor of electricity, which is ions, the movement of electrons. And this really is just a smaller representation.
There's a crystal berg. Berg crystal. This berg crystal.
Yeah. Oh, this.
Y'all just hating.
Wow. Oh, it's heavy.
This dude's fucking got it. He's got it, dude.
This is really heavy. Yeah.
He's on it.
Has
He's on his
amazing
journey.
properties. Crystals able to absorb much energy and transform it into positive. Oh, this is absolutely gorgeous, by the way. Really appreciate you giving me your time, showing me your stall here. Beautiful.
You're not gonna
Thank
buy
you very
anything?
much, sir. So
You
just here
fucking
with some of
pussy.
the
Stu.
imagery, and it's difficult for me to get a clear shot of the pyramids up close and personal. As you can see, it's covered in a huge amount of vegetation, yet to be fully excavated. So the best we can do is this 3D visualization with no greenery to give you an idea of what is here. And as you can see, that is a pyramid all day long on any day of the week that you ask the question. So I would suggest, with the amount of vegetation that is covering these structures, that either an event such as a mud flood style event has taken place, or it's been deliberately buried, deliberately covered up. And when you analyse the fact that they don't acknowledge this place, it starts to make sense.
Yeah, there's been peer-reviewed papers
so
and shit.
Our next point of interest is going to be the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, which is the other side of the town. As you can imagine, these 6 pyramids that are here, it covers a large land space, and it's not easy to just walk around to these places. So we need to get transportation
If
to
you
get
look
there,
at the Wikipedia article,
and then we'll go for a little exploration around there. Well, guys, we might have to do this in 2 parts, because I just asked the taxi to take me to the Pyramid of the Sun, and they said I was at the Pyramid of the Sun, but the lady up there said I need to take a taxi to get to the other point of interest. And it's 5 o'clock in the evening now, So I'm walking back into town where I started. We'll suss it out.
Stu.
We might have to do it again in the morning, but
Yes, Stu.
we'll see how it plays out.
Oh, hopefully he's got a part 2. Oh. I can't get up. Calm down. Oh. Oh. Yeah, dude, what do you mean? You're not convinced? You see all those fucking tunnels? All those ions? Bro. Those are definitely, look at them. Haters. Haters. If you look at the article on Wikipedia, all the articles that they have, all the sources that they cite to like debunk it are all from like 2006. And then like none of the like scholarship that's happened on there since is reflected in the article. It's all, debunker bullshit. The Bosnian pyramid hoax. Yeah, I don't read from these devices either.
So, today is update time.
Dr. Sam Osmanagic.
Highly compelling.
Please tell us about the connection of the Bosnian pyramids to the cosmic internet.
We already see this one?
It's been since 2005 that we started with the Bosnian Pyramid Project. It started as archaeological digging.
Maybe not.
But then we expanded to interdisciplinary scientific project. Then, due to the energy properties that we've been investigating, that was the third aspect. And then we got spiritual aspect and self-healing aspect.
Dude, the shit that was most compelling to me, aside from the tunnels, which are pretty compelling, was that the area with all the where they excavated the blocks, and you could see the blocks. How was that?
We realized that pyramids are actually huge energy amplifiers.
Yeah, that's right.
Using existing natural energy sources.
This past week, Dr. Samir Osmanagic has returned from a 22-day expedition into the Cambodian jungle as a member of a controversial team exploring the underbelly of the Kokir Pyramid that has been discovered within the jungles. It was not initially made publicly clear what his work involved, or indeed if it was connected to his extensive and extremely controversial studies of the pyramids within Bosnia. However, upon his return to the Bosnian site, he has revealed what he has been quietly confirming. Structural similarities have been discovered beneath the Great Pyramids, characteristics which he believes will lead to a shift in our understanding of the function of all pyramids here on Earth. A few months ago, we shared with you a video regarding the countless testimonies of people from all over the world who have experienced strange energy surges and beams of light when in the presence of these grand, ancient buildings. He is now convinced that the Bosnian, along with the Kokir Pyramid, also supports the ancient alien theory. He added, life originated
She doesn't speak English. Probably just practices her script.
Today we will be talking about...
Also, she's probably sick of all the fucking debunkers. She's probably like... Just like... It's like when Oasis goes on tour and they have to play Wonderwall every night.
Something that's going to change the history of the world. The magic of archaeology is back, but this time this magic is coming from the European soil. I'm going to be talking about the Bosnian Valley of the Pyramids. That's the first thing. The second, the megalithic stone spheres that also have been found in Bosnia. And then finally about the megalithic prehistoric towns in Bosnia and the stone monuments called stečak in Bosnia. A few things about myself. I founded a non-profit foundation called the Archaeological Park, Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun Foundation. This foundation has started the biggest archaeological dig in recent decades in the world. In the past 3 years, we have spent over 300,000 business hours in excavation and the lab analysis. You're going to see some of the results tonight. I'm the principal investigator on the project. The history of civilizations is what I write about. My PhD is about the Mayan civilization, where I investigated more than 50 Mayan ruins in Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Belize, and Mexico. I've authored 10 books about the ancient civilizations and, of course, visited most of the sites you've been talking about yesterday and today. The 21st century will be the era of the pyramid research. Until the 15th century, people thought the pyramids were only in Egypt. Actually, just 3 of them on Giza Plateau. Then in the 16th century, the Spaniards came to Central America, and we learned about the Mexican pyramids. 19th century, Peruvian pyramids. 20th century, Chinese pyramids. And now in 21st century, we know that the pyramids were built everywhere in the world, whether it be Belize, where we have 1,000 Mayans villages, towns, and cities. 1,000 of them. Every one of them had a pyramid. Unfortunately, only 4 sites in Belize are open for the public. Korea, 3 step stone pyramids in Andong. Peru. In southern Peru, there is an area called Cavachi. 6 years ago, when I went there, Italian archaeologists found 3 pyramids. Last January, they told me they discovered a total of 34 pyramids. In northern Peru, there is a place called Tucumán, which contains 250 pyramids. A little bit east from Tucumán is, of course, Trujillo, with the biggest pyramidal structures in South America, Huaca del Sol and Huaca de la Luna. So we have thousands of pyramids in Mexico, thousands of them in the other Central American countries, 300 in Peru, 130 in Egypt, 250 in central Chinese province of Shenxi, and dozens of pyramids in Sudan, Canarian Islands, like 6-step pyramids there, former Mesopotamia, on the bottom of the ocean floor between Japan and Taiwan, close to the Cuba. And we have 7 of them in ancient Greece. We have 1 in Sicily. We probably have 3 more near the Turin in Italy. And the biggest one of them is in the central Bosnia. 3 years ago, I have discovered a complex in central Bosnia, which consists so far of 5 stone structures in the shape of the pyramid. This is the biggest one. It's called the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. As you can see, we have triangular sides. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. This is the northern side of the pyramid. It perfectly aligns with the North Star, like the Great Pyramid of Egypt. This is perfect east, perfect west, perfect south. Flat top. Completely flat from the bottom to the top. Let me show you a very short video clip of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. The town of Visoko, 20,000 people, is just 25 kilometers from Sarajevo. You can get there by the highway. And above the town rises the biggest stone structure ever built on the face of the planet. With its height of 220 meters, it is 1/3 taller than the Great Pyramid of Egypt. It's been covered by soil and vegetation
in Illinois
for thousands of years.
Big as shit.
Most of our research was done in this area, and we're going to show you some photos. A similar pyramid is in the city of Teotihuacan in Mexico. That's the biggest pyramidal complex in Mexico. 150 years ago, the well-known Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan looked like exactly like this, covered by soil and vegetation. After decades of archaeological dig, this is what we got today, in the bottom right corner, one of the most magnificent structures ever built on the planet. There are 5 structures in the Bosnian Valley of the Pyramids. 3 of them on this illustration were shown as the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, Moon, and Dragon. Once we connect the tops of the Sun Pyramid with the Moon, go to the Dragon, and go back to Sun, we are getting a perfect triangle with the inner angles of 60 degrees and the distance between the tops of 2.1 kilometers. Here we have the shadow of the Sun Pyramid. As you can see, it touches the Moon Pyramid, and the top of the shadow touches the top of the Moon Pyramid. It happens only once a year, on June 22nd, the first day of summer.
I mean, we have all the mounds,
and it
mound
showed
building
the
people.
genius of the pyramid builders.
They were like, you know, the same function as pyramids. They were like, you know, the same. Some portion of them probably do have more like stone structures and stuff underneath if they excavated them, but like the thing with here, man, no one's in a rush to like prove that there was like more advanced ancient peoples, right? Like they're really obsessed with this like linear idea of history, and this is just like a hassle. Like imagine if they have to like work this into their histories now. You know, like 30,000 years ago, there was some impressive people in Bosnia. No, Cahokia. I think it's with a C. It was a giant city back in the day with all these fucking mounds. Thousands and thousands of years old.
Obviously, they first built the Pyramid of the Sun. They were checking the location of the shadow just before the sun goes down on June 22nd, and then that's how they chose the location of the Moon Pyramid, and the height of the Moon Pyramid was determined based on the top of the shadow of the Sun Pyramid. The Sun Pyramid, the shadow goes towards the Moon Pyramid, to your right. And here's the 5th structure, which I call the Pyramid of Love. The only pyramid in the world which is named like that. We don't have a scientific name for that. The reason is very simple. Bosnia has been known for the violence and the war and the negative news in the last 15 years. We want to change that. We want to color the whole Valley of the Pyramids positively with love. So we want messages of love to go to the world from Bosnia. This is another view of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. The northern side, this is the west. And from the right to the left, it's the causeway which leads to the top of the pyramid. Look at the play of the shadow and the light. The northern side, the northern triangle, is completely in dark. The same thing like the Egyptian pyramids on the Giza Plateau. And the western side is completely sunny. Here's the shadow of the Sun Pyramid going towards the Moon Pyramid. The Moon Pyramid also covered by vegetation and the forests. Here's the Temple of Mother Earth. Dragon Pyramid is here, can't be seen. So this is the triangle I was talking about. 1, 2, 3, and the back. This is a nice 3-dimensional topographical map of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, which we got from the Geopolitical Institute of Bosnia. It clearly shows the edges, the corners. This one is between the west and north. This one between north and east, east and south. The causeway, the flat top, triangular sides. Perfect alignment, north, east, west, south. You see the top is flat. In the case of Egyptian pyramids, what they would do, they would build a top, which they call pyramidion, from a different, long-lasting material, in their case, granite. In the case of the Central American pyramids, on the top, the builders would build the temple That's the reason why they had it flat.
Love says, isn't it
Here
kinda
also
gay
you see
to be
the flat
gay too
surface.
old?
What do they have? We don't know. But obviously, they apply the same knowledge like the other pyramid builders. Probably there is no archaeological project in Europe ever that had applied more scientific disciplines than our research. We learned that the archaeology does not belong to the archaeologists only anymore. That's the reason why we applied a lot of high-tech knowledge. So that's what we did. We have surveyed the whole area of Bosnia and Herzegovina, about 55,000 square feet. We used satellite images, and we wanted to find all the hills that looked like a pyramid. Because one of the objections from the archaeological world was that Bosnia is a hilly country, so probably there are thousands of the pyramids. So I said, okay, we're going to check the whole territory of Bosnia. We took the computer, we took the satellite, and what we did, we inserted a set of 3 criteria. We said, okay,
I bet they
let's
do the
find all
same
the
thing
hills
with like endangered
with
species
4
too.
sides. Second, those 4 sides had to align with the cardinal points, east, west, north, and south. And number 3, let's find those hills who have, with 4 sides, at least 2 sides should be triangular in shape. And guess
Dude, if
what?
they
Instead
found
of
Bigfoot-
thousands of hills in the shape of the pyramids, we found only 9.
shut
5 of
down-
them being located in Visoko
They
Valley.
had to like shut
And
down
that's the reason why
logging
we
and
call
like
it the
you know, the
Bosnian Valley
entire
of the
west
Pyramids.
coast.
Pyramids of Sun,
or like
Moon,
whatever.
Dragon. Can you hear me? Should I start from the beginning? So Sun, Moon, Dragon, Earth, and Love. Then we did another analysis, the thermal analysis. We have checked the temperatures during the daytime and during the nighttime. We wanted to see the heat loss. If it is a natural hill, then the heat loss is very slow. If it is an artificial structure, the heat loss is much quicker due to existence of the passageways, of tunnels, chambers, galleries. And this survey also showed
did you hear
that
me?
the hills that have the shape of the pyramid lose the heat much, much quicker. Later on, we figure out this is due to existence of the tunnels and,
Check.
and the galleries. Then we hired 2 teams of the georadar specialists. They are geophysicists, and their instrument can penetrate the surface. One team was from University
Did you
of
not hear my
Belgrade from Serbia,
Bigfoot take?
and the other one from Germany. Their leading georadar institution is from the company called LGA Biotechnik. These are the georadar instruments. They can penetrate the surface for 18 meters. What they reported in their written report was that they found 44 anomalies under the surface. For geophysicists, the anomalies mean it cannot be explained by the natural cause. What they found under the soil were paved terraces, shaped blocks, passageways, tunnels, and so on. This is an example of the one underground passageways. What they did, they put those wooden pieces and they marked which way the tunnel goes. A few words about our archaeological dig. So in the center picture, we have the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. The yellow lines show places where we actually remove the soil and the vegetation. The one on the top left corner, shows the place where 2 sides meet, north and east. What would you expect from that place is that they meet at 90 degrees, the corner. And that's exactly what we found. North, east, 90 degrees. Other places, once we removed about 70
Dude,
centimeters
I want to debate Gerb
of
about
soil, we were
crop
finding the
circles.
stone blocks, you can see them on the bottom, and actually the walls of the pyramid, from the bottom to the top. This is a huge, flat stone surface. Up close, the edge of the pyramid, this is the beginning of digging there. What we did, we uncovered about 25 meters, about 80 feet of this corner here. Now we are on the north side of the pyramid, Professor Pasic, University of Zenica, 2 professors from the Cairo University, Suleiman Haid, Mona Fawad Ali, and Dr. Nabil Selim, 3 times PhD in archaeology and Egyptology, the men who found 4 pyramids in Egypt. They are working with us on the Sun Pyramid. Now, you saw the video clip, you saw the photos, you saw the topographical map. There is no question in anyone's mind that the shape of that hill is pyramid. In order to prove that this is a man-made structure, you need to remove the soil and find the proofs for your claim. So this is one of the typical sections. This one is on the north side. So we removed about 70 centimeters of soil. What we found was amazing. Rectangular stone blocks, one, another one next to this one, the third one. As you can see, they form the same slope. So we have rectangular shape, flat top, breaks at 90 degrees, flat side, flat bottom, 6 times flat sides, 6 times 90 degrees. The Mother Nature does not make blocks like this. It is a man who does it. So this is the block on the top, 45 centimeters thick. This is the second one. So the first row is laying on the second row. This block is about 40 centimeters thick. This is the third one. The reason why it's moved a little bit is because of the structural stability. The third row is laying on the fourth row of the stone blocks. This guy here is 4.5 meters long, 1.5 wide. The weight is about 8 tons. 8 tons, 7 tons, 8 tons, and so on. So we have 4 rows, one on top of each other. That's what man does, not nature. After 4 rows, we have 45 centimeters of clay. Clay being a connecting adhesive material. After clay, we have the 5th and then the 6th row of the stone blocks. So what we have here is actually we are looking at the outer casing of the Bosnian pyramid. Somebody mentioned the word controversy. When we studied this, some of the archaeologists in London, in Boston, in Sarajevo, were claiming this is all natural. Well, you make your own mind. Is it all natural or man-made? Or at least made by the intelligent hand. Another section on the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, nicely shaped and then layered stone blocks, 1, 2, 3, 4. The artifacts on the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, we found this rounded plate with a bunch of lines, rounded lines, something like a snake, something like letter E. Then we colored them, rounded lines, blue snake, letter E. And then we want to figure out what does it represent. So we rotated this stone for 90 degrees. So this big letter E came on this side. So from here it came there. Now what we got? This green rounded line is what we call the Temple of Earth.
Love says, is
The
it
blue
cool
snake
if I
is
say the
actually the
N-word,
river.
chat Joe, that Matt
River
is clearly
Skonca,
dead?
which is in the valley. The brown line is the location and outline of the Pyramid of the Love. The pink, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. The red line represents one of the underground tunnels that we discovered 2 years ago. The blue line represents also underground tunnel that we discovered last year. And as you can see, this blue line is taking us inside the pyramid. Right now, we cleaned about 250 meters from the entrance. And the entrance is 2.5 kilometers from the Sun Pyramid. So this was actually the map of the Bosnian Valley of the Pyramids. Now, another interesting hill in Bosnia, which 3 years ago I called the Bosnian Pyramid of the Moon. That's all I saw at that time. And then I wrote a book called The Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, Discovery of the First European Pyramids. And I claimed there that I discovered 5 pyramidal structures in central Bosnia, which will be followed by the network of underground tunnels. Of course, most people, call me different names. Well, guess what? 3 years later, it seems that I was right just about everything I wrote in that book. So, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Moon. One triangular side, and this is perfect west. The other one, perfect south, perfect north, flat top, and we have eastern causeway. The height, 190 meters. The Pyramid of the Sun in Teotihuacan is 74 meters high, 74. It looks huge. The Khufu's Pyramid, the Great Pyramid of Egypt, is 148. For the longest time, it was considered the tallest and the biggest structure ever built. This guy here is...
Sorry, I was banging your mom, dude.
The Sun, 220. Let's take a look at a similar hill. 150 years ago, in Teotihuacan, what is today known as the Pyramid of the Moon. The same look. And this is the Pyramid of the Moon in Mexico today. Magnificent structure. Before, now. Let's go back to the Bosnian Pyramid
She
of the Moon.
quetzaled on my quad till I Lake
We have opened about
Titicaca.
45 sections on the Pyramid of the Moon, from the very bottom all the way to the top, on western side, south, and eastern. North we have not touched because during the last war in Bosnia 15 years ago, there was a line between 2 sides here. So there is a sense of adventure
I
here.
think I
also.
clipped that one.
So let's see what we discovered. Every place where we did some digging, we were finding the paved terraces, rectangular structures, vertical walls, more terraces on the bottom, shaped blocks, and plates. In other words, this is a huge stone structure in the shape of the pyramid with the perfect orientation. And that's exactly what I claim. I'm not saying we're going to find Egyptian pyramids in Bosnia, or Mexican, or Chinese, or Bolivian, but what we are finding are unique Bosnian stone structures in the shape of the pyramid with the perfect orientation. Now, this pyramid, actually all the pyramids in Bosnia are most probably the oldest pyramids known and surviving on the planet. So it's very hard to find anything similar. The Pyramid of the Moon is some type of the step pyramid. Actually, it consists of layers of terraces. We have sandstone terrace here, we have clay layers, sandstone, clay, sandstone, all the way to the top. Now with the Egyptians, I'm explaining them why this terrace is of artificial origin. It's rather obvious, but like last night somebody said, nothing is obvious, so we have to do some scientific homework first. This is a sandstone, which is very often found in Bosnia, and is used as a construction material. But sandstone is usually, when it is found in nature, on the top it's rather soft and corrosive. As you go deeper, it's getting stronger and less corrosive. And here on the top, it is strong and it is not corrosive. Like somebody brought it here, turned it upside down in order to get this better quality on the top, and then lay them out. Another terrace, this time on the southern side of the pyramid, sandstone again, we have this very interesting texture, like a wave pattern, which we find on all sides of the pyramids. Here we have 8-degree slope. We have 8-degree slope on the western side, we have 8-degree slope on the south side. These are some of the places, different places on the Pyramid of the Moon that we found nicely shaped sandstone. All 6 sides are shaped. You see they meet at 90 degrees, vertical walls. And now again, when I started 3 years back, Anthony Harding, who was leading the European Archaeological Association, said it is all natural. Dr. Zahi Hawass, who's leading the Egyptian Supreme Council for Antiquities, said this is all natural. Now, should we believe the people who have the positions and titles and who, for some reason, don't want this to happen? Or should we believe our own eyes? I understand very early that what we need to do is we need to open our excavation to everyone, because that way we're going to get fans. People come and they see what we do, and they get convinced, and then they talk to each other. They talk to media. First couple of years, 2006 and 2007, we've had over 400 visitors from about 80 countries in the world. When I started this lecture, I said that a new magic of archaeology is coming to the scientific world. And this time it's coming from the European soil. 200 years ago, Napoleon went to Egypt, and what he really brought back were the books and books about Egyptian pyramids. 100 years ago, the British finally discovered one pristine tomb in the Valley of the Kings. And now, 100 years later, we got these archaeological discoveries, but this time from the European soil, from little tiny Bosnia. Again, behind this handsome man, we have nicely shaped sandstone plates, and we can ask ourselves, natural or man-made? And some more. And some more. Nicely shaped, like a baklava in Bosnia. Again, we have the texture here, and texture there. This is the bottom of the western side. Look at the step. 5 meters away, another step. 5 meters away, another step. And the slope is about 8 degrees. So what they got with the slope and the steps, they have some type of the spiral, like a spiral ramp, which goes around the western side. And then it connects to the south side. We saw the terrace on the south side, at the same angle. So we got like a spiral going around the pyramids. The first known structures to the mainstream science are the Babylonians' ziggurats. And ziggurats had the same thing, the spiral ramps going all the way to the top. And it served to transport the material and the people. Now we are close to the top of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Moon. We removed about 1 meter of soil. And what we found very nice paved terrace, sandstone plates. We opened the hole here to see how the profile looks like. What we found in the hole, beside myself, were the layers of sandstone plates and blocks. Or more closely, block, block, layer of clay, clay again being used as the adhesive material. Block, block, clay, block, block, and so on and so forth. I've seen probably about 300 pyramids in the world, and this is maybe one of the biggest one. 4 kilometers from the pyramid sites, we found an interesting rounded hill, perfect geometry, rounded hill with the body in the back. A mile from here, there is another very interesting hill, or the Tor, how they used to call it thousands of years back. I would say the Tor here and this hill here got the same shape, rounded in the front with the body in the back. The Tor here is built from clay, limestone, and sandstone. This hill here is built from the clay and the sandstone. This is the area where we did the excavation. This is what we found. Left bottom, huge block. The top of the block has the same texture like the moon pyramid, and we concluded that we are talking about the same builders and probably the same time of the building. So we have a terrace, sandstone, clay layers, terrace, sandstone, clay, terrace, and so on. This block here is 4 meters and 40 centimeters long, 170 wide, 63 centimeters thick. The weight is 23,600 kilo, about 24 tons. Now, in order to lift 24 tons, if a man can lift in average 50 kilos, we would need about 500 people to lift this base here. Now, how can we put 500 people around this block? Hardly. But I asked last year one of the tourists, okay, how would you put 500 people around this block? He said, well, I would put 200 on this side, 200 there, and 50 on the ends. Next to this guy, there is another block, about 20 tons, 15 tons, 8 tons, and so on and so forth. These are the biggest stone blocks in Southern Europe, that they are built into an ancient structure. We discovered this 2 years ago, the pyramids 3 years ago. Last year, I'm going to show you what we discovered last year. Bosnia is becoming a superpower, at least on the archaeological map. One of the interesting artifacts that we found on the top of one of the terraces here is this sandstone foot with the 5 toes. It matches a male shoes number of 36. Well, it was rather short guy, probably 1.5 meters, and that might explain how you would put 500 people around that block. Under the Bosnian Valley of the Pyramids, there is a network of the underground tunnels. 3 years ago when I wrote my book, I said, well, we're going to find the network of the tunnels. And it was based on my experience with the, let's say, Step Pyramid in Saqqara. Maybe you know that there is the whole maze, a labyrinth of the tunnel, just under one pyramid in Egypt. And Teotihuacan, of course, has a network of the tunnels. The Giza pyramids has those tunnels. I said, we're going to find one in Visoko. That's the name of the town here. And people were saying, oh, it's impossible. Maybe you can find some natural caves or, some coal mining or something like that. But instead, we found one of the entrances a year and a half ago. We barely could make inside. In the meantime, for the last 12 months, we widened it, so now it's almost 2 meters high. And we put a wooden support, so it will be safe for the visitors and the researchers. This entrance is about 2.5 kilometers from the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. This is how they looked like at the beginning. So what we were doing, we cleaned a little bit to the left, to the right, and from the bottom. And then we put a wooden support. And that's exactly how it looks like today. Now, when we started cleaning the existing tunnel, we found out that with the main tunnel, there is a bunch of side tunnels, like this one here at 45 degrees, another one here to the left at 90 degrees, another one here. Now, this one here is for some reason sealed off, filled in material, and then the stones that form the drywall. Why would somebody seal off one of the side tunnels? Then another side tunnel was also blocked off. This is the profile of the tunnel, filled material. We have the blocks. We have mineral water. And another one, just this one is much longer than the others. This one is 3.5 meters long, the drywall. And it sealed 3 side tunnels. One is here, the other one is there, the third one is here. Now, this tunnel network opens several questions, several mysteries. Who built the network underground, 20 meters underground? And that network goes for tens of kilometers in all directions. And the second question, why would somebody come during either the same civilization or later on and blocked 99% of the side tunnels. Right now we don't have the answer. What we are finding in those tunnels is pretty amazing. Under the conglomerate material, we are finding some stones that are sticking out a little bit, 10, 15 centimeters. So what we started doing was, we started removing the conglomerate, like in this case. You see, about 10, 15 centimeters. And then we started removing the conglomerate, which has been here for thousands and thousands of years. Obviously, at some point in time, the tunnel system was under the water. When? We are not quite sure when, but a long, long time ago. Because this conglomerate, it takes not only thousands, maybe tens of thousands of years to form, to be so compact. It's not millions of years, we know that, but tens of thousands of years probably yes. So this is a process of uncovering one of the blocks. Is almost completely cleaned. But now what we found on the surface was rather amazing. We found carved symbols. Wow. This one is rather obvious. It's an arrow. It shows direction. This one, we don't know what it represents. Something like letter C with the bottom line. A few more lines here. On this particular block, we found about 50 symbols. It's 2.5 meters long, 140 wide, 40 centimeters thick. It weighs about 7 tons. Who brought that piece inside? And it is about 200 meters from the entrance. Okay, these are the symbols that we found here. This is an arrow which I was showing you, and something like letter C. But a lot others. What they represent? Pyramids, rivers, directions, letters. We don't know. But these are the signs of literacy. Obviously, somebody was literate in Bosnia a long time ago. You too, I was sleepy yesterday also when I came. So, what do we have here? We have this stone block which has been covered for tens of thousands of years. As a matter of fact, we did a C14 analysis just recently. We sent 3 pieces of the wood that we found in the conglomerate material. One to the Polish lab, one to the Kiel, Germany, and we got results from both labs. And the third one we're expecting from Oxford. The first 2 labs, their result match. And it will be a sensational discovery when we announce that in August. But this will be the definite proof of the oldest traces of literacy in Europe. So European and the world history will have to be rewritten. As a matter of fact, on this project, what we are doing? First, we are proving that the first pyramids do exist in Europe. And of all countries in little tiny Bosnia. Secondly, these pyramids are the biggest, the largest on the planet. You don't build the largest structures in some remote area. You always build them for some reason. Bosnia will become very important, but this time not because of bad news, but the opposite. Number 3, we have the most extensive, the biggest network underground ever built on the planet. And number 4, we probably have the oldest literacy on the planet. Probably that's the reason why Philip called this one of the most controversial discoveries. Let me read that. I got this today for his conference in November. Sam Osmanagic, the man who discovered the Bosnian Valley of the Pyramids, Osmanagic has organized one of the largest and most controversial archaeological excavation on Earth. So maybe he was right. This is rather controversial. In another tunnel, 3.5 meters high, the whole valley is in the tunnels. More tunnels. The ceiling, beautiful plate, like it was either poured there or they found the sandstone. Artifacts, we found a stone, maybe wheel. The second thing, Bosnia, stone spheres. Stone spheres, we know about them in Costa Rica. Somebody mentioned that yesterday. They said that nobody knows what they search for. Well, I kindly disagree. Some of them, like this one here, on the surface, what it has something like a picture. But actually, 28 star systems, when you connect them, you get these carvings here. Cool. So obviously, some of the stone spheres in Costa Rica were used as the calendars, astronomical calendars. Some more. In most cases, out of 400 stone spheres found in Costa Rica, in the delta of the river Diques, they are built from granite, granodiorite. And just one from Coquina, that's on the island about 25 kilometers from Costa Rica. Coquina, it's some type of sandstone. The stone spheres in western Mexico, 250 of them, they are of volcanic material. The stone spheres are, of course, on Easter Island, and they are found in New Zealand and the western US. and in Bosnia. Of all European countries, only in Bosnia. This is one of the biggest. Egyptian geologist, Dr. Ali Barakat, who is a member of our team. This stone sphere is perfectly spherical. There is no error, there is no tolerance. The tolerance is less than 2 centimeters. Perfectly shaped and perfectly finished. More places. Our foundation have located 20 different locations where we found the Bosnian stone spheres. That was totally unknown to the archaeologists and geologists in Bosnia until we founded our foundation. And more of them. The stone spheres in Bosnia were built from volcanic material, from granite and sandstone. The same thing like in Costa Rica, Mexico, and Easter Island. This one is obviously from granite. We found 8 like this in northeastern Bosnia. Granite never come free in a shape of the sphere, meaning that they are man-made. Somebody shaped them. On the scale from 1 to 6 of the hardness, granite is number 6. In order to shape such a hard material, you have to have very advanced tools. Just until 3,000–4,000 years ago, the only metals that were known to the people was copper. On the same scale from 1 to 6, copper is number 3. You cannot shape such hard material with inferior tools. So even though these stone balls are dead now, we don't know their builders. What we know about them is that they did have advanced tooling. If we had to shape this today, we would need diamond tools. If we had to shape 8 tons or 15 tons stone spheres, or 40 tons, like in Costa Rica, or 50 tons, like in Mexico, the biggest ones, we would need at least 2 cranes to maneuver them. So obviously these are the traces of very advanced prehistoric civilization.
Bosnian pyramid.
Volcanic.
Look at those things, man.
Okay, this one, during the last war, obviously the military was here. This is 101st Brigade Logistics. Very interesting thing, after they painted this, after the war, they tried to remove the paint. They could not do it. And now they're saying it's because of some energy which, protects the paint. Okay, so we had the stone pyramids, we have the stone spheres, now we have the stone megalithic prehistoric towns in Bosnia. This one is in southern Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's called the Daur Son. According to the mainstream science, Daur Son was built by the Illyrian tribes. They were there like 2,600 years ago, before the ancient Greece. Illyrian tribes. Now, let's take a look at this stone block. Usually they are about 1 meter to 1.5 meters thick. The weight, 3, 5, 8, 12 tons. Perfectly cut. They fit perfectly. You put the credit card, you cannot go through. Now, does the tribe have the social organization to cut such pieces, to transport them for a couple of 3 kilometers on the top of the hill, and then feed them so perfectly? We're not talking tribes here, we're talking advanced civilization. A few more photos. The walls. Peru, Mexico, Egypt, Easter Island, Bosnia. More angles. Number 4, that was rather quick. What our mainstream science in Bosnia called medieval tombstones. 66,000 pieces like this are registered in Bosnia, Herzegovina. 66,000. The mainstream science is saying that during the medieval times, the Bosnians who lived then, left their, symbols, signs, pictures, and they are saying they originated from that time. But actually they are wrong. Less than 1% of these stone monuments have any of the markings, any carvings. Less than 1%. It looks to me that they were built long time ago, and then when the new people, new culture came, they left their markings, like this one here. And the markings are always on the surface. So the way they carved it was on the surface, so they already found those pieces. Some of them are real nice. Medieval, most probably. But perfectly carved, made in one piece. More than 3 kilometers from this side. 5 tons, 10 tons.
No, y'all. I'm pretty fucking pilled on those pyramids. Woof.
I mean, what else could it be? Most mysterious ancient pyramid site. Who's Andrew Collins? This one has 864,000 views.
Once in a blue moon, something is discovered that completely rocks the world of archaeology and invites us to reconsider what we understand of history. One such thing was discovered in 2005. Archaeologist Samir Osmanagic was visiting a museum in Visoko in Bosnia-Herzegovina when he realized, stunned, that a very large hill in the valley had 4 clear triangular sides, an even-grade slope, obvious corners, and even an apex, the exact geometry of a pyramid. Given his research of other pyramids, Samir investigated other criteria to find that it was also structurally aligned with the cardinal points, north, south, east, and west, another fundamental feature of the ancient pyramids. At every turn, the geometric precision and structural evidence of his research showed that this so-called hill and 5 additional places in the valley were structures that had been created, engineered by the ancients, and hidden by vegetation over thousands of years. The discovery was nothing short of epic. Not only were these the first pyramids to be discovered in Europe, 2 of them, the Pyramids of the Moon and the Pyramid of the Sun, are both larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza, with the Pyramid of the Sun, according to this archaeologist, now measuring as the largest pyramid in the world. Well, when fossils taken from the structure revealed the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun dated back 35,000 years, which is well before our current understanding of civilization, the revelations did not land well with established academics. Within hours of the international announcement of this extraordinary discovery, the story suddenly disappeared. In the meantime, geologists and archaeologists from many countries petitioned the Bosnian government to stop Samir's excavations, claiming his discoveries were merely natural formations. Nonetheless, 55 skeptical but curious archaeologists joined him to learn more, concluding at finish that it did appear to be true. Nature could not have formed these mountains. They are artificially created structures. But the others in the field, without even visiting it, threatened his excavation efforts with incredible resistance. These trusted archaeological experts assumed and concluded Samir must be a fraud, and they labeled his discovery a hoax. Rather than be swayed, however, their resistance made it clear to Samir that he was on to something big. For the next few years, he fought a legal battle to ensure his right to excavate, even suing the government for trying to block his scientific study. Finally, he succeeded, and even received the government's blessings in his research.
How could you say
Normally,
no to that?
archaeological excavation is a very conservative science, and it only permits accredited academics who keep all the revelations secret until such time it is revealed. Though Samir is powerless to public defamation from established mainstream institutions, he found the perfect strategy to protect his research and decided that this project would belong to the people. So he engaged all those who wished to contribute and learn, making sure that all discoveries would be fully transparent. His non-profit organization, Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun Foundation, welcomed thousands of enthusiastic international volunteers in the excavation and discoveries of what appears to be the oldest pyramid in the world. Join the universe inside you and create a new reality as we share what research of the Bosnian pyramids has revealed thus far. Decide for yourself whether you think the features are all just miraculous coincidences of nature or ancient monuments
talking shit
that
in
could be
Discord
part
and I yelled
of a
at him.
global grid with an electromagnetic function we have yet to fully understand. You're probably thinking, it's far more likely that the 4 sides of that mountain are just a coincidence. After all, The only ancient pyramids we hear about are in Egypt and Mexico. Well, actually, a growing number of archaeologists researching the so-called mounds around the world believe differently. Cutting-edge scientific research shows that round and multi-sided pyramid structures made of adobe, limestone, and granite are far more common than thought, and that they exist, in fact, on every continent, brushed off as mountains, hills, empty tombs, or even piles of rocks, because they're so much older than we've realized. And also, of course, because we still can't figure out why any civilization would go through all the trouble of building these enormous structures of unimaginable weight for no practical reason, unless the reason's yet to be revealed. In other words, we don't know what we don't know. So before we share the facts about the Bosnian Pyramid, the BPS, consider this first.
BPS.
If we knew that pyramids held a practical function, and if we were open to the possibility that civilization's history on Earth goes back much further than we've acknowledged, would we notice the similarities of these pyramid structures on every continent? Like the almost 2,000 pyramids in China that are over 12,000 years old, the 224 in Sudan, the 43 in Sicily, the 3 in Palencia, Spain, where there are pictures of reptilian-like beings, and where one, tragically, was recently destroyed. Would we see the 104 in the Canary Islands?
Wow.
Or those in East Africa? Or those in El Salvador and Honduras, including this one, where an interior temple reveals what appears to be Mayans and spaceships?
Wow.
Would we see Cambodia's? Would we notice the 100-meter-high pyramids in Indonesia?
Wow.
And would we see that in the United States of America, the 200 mounds in southern Illinois have all the criteria of ancient pyramids? Or how about this mysterious one in Antarctica? And we mustn't forget those underwater, off the coast of Japan, and off the coast of Florida. So, as you can see, every continent has evidence of these structures, and yet we're still telling ourselves that primitive people built these for their dead, and built them in ways we can't figure out. Could it be that there's more to this story than this accepted narrative about primitive civilizations? According to Samir and other archaeologists, these assumptions are not the true purpose of these world structures. New archaeological revelations, particularly the research from the Bosnian period of the Sun, suggests that pyramids were not mounds, tombs for pharaohs or their other leaders, but were built for other purposes tens of thousands of years ago, and that they were, in fact, complex energy machines. Most importantly, he says these energy machines do 4 things. They create energy fields that support healing. They improve the molecular structure of water and food. That they advance spiritual and mental abilities. And, most surprisingly of all, that they transmit and receive interstellar communication through the apex via scalar wave technology. This is a lot to take in, so keeping worldwide pyramids in mind, let's have a look at Bosnia now to see if it meets the criteria of an artificially engineered structure, or to see if it's just a massive hill and a cruel hoax. Any ancient monument that's not in the desert could be hard to discern if it's covered with foliage and soil over millennia. If you look at the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun from the land, it's easy to see why the structure just looks like a hill. From a drone or a plane, however, the clarity of the shape becomes more obvious. You can also see the terrain if Google Maps didn't make it fuzzy and indistinguishable, which is interesting since other areas are so clear and distinct at the same distance. Does Google want to keep something mysterious? So what exactly distinguishes a pyramid from a hill or mountain? There are 10 scientific criteria that pyramids possess. We'll name each and compare how the Bosnian pyramid weighs in on those requirements. First, the most obvious quality of a pyramid is its shape and geometry. For most structures, this means 4-sided equilateral triangles. But pyramids do have other shapes. 3, 5, 6 sides, or even circular ones. As mentioned, BPS has 4 sides, angles of 60 degrees, and the south side has a causeway, which distracts from the perfection of those angles. Simply replace the green with the brown, and the shape of this so-called hill looks just like this. In 2006, Samir uncovered the foliage on the northeast corner to find exactly what he expected: two sides that met at an angle. Could nature do that? The second thing is side orientation to the cardinal points and alignment to true north. While the Pyramid of Giza holds an error to true north of 0 degrees and 2 minutes, the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun holds an error of 0 degrees 0 minutes and 12 seconds, making it even more precisely aligned with true north than the Great Pyramid in Egypt. Still, we're asked to believe this is just a coincidence. The third is artificially constructed building materials. As mentioned, ancient structures become indistinguishable with overgrowth that buries whatever building materials are there. Take, for example, the two well-known pyramids in the Mexican Yucatan, in Coba and Calakmul, which appear to be hills in the midst of the jungle, except that the excavated side reveals the granite and sandstone. When excavations began for BPS, at roughly 3.5 feet of soil, large rectangular blocks were discovered, each weighing 7 tons and having 6 flat sides. These blocks were stacked neatly together with clay binding and showed evidence of perfect symmetrical formation and placement, even having unusual and unique patterns. They also have quartz crystal in them, a powerful energy conductor that we use today in almost everything. Samples of the material binding these enormous stones were sent to 7 separate international laboratories for examination, and each one determined separately of the others that rock, sand, water, and clay in the binding is a synthetic concrete called polymer concrete. This material is so strong and so durable that compared to today's concrete, the ancient polymer rates far superior in strength to what we presently use. It also has a surprisingly low water absorption rate of 1% versus our 3%, which would obviously contribute to withstanding weather over time. Skeptics claim the building blocks of the structure are just coincidental, natural formations. Some have even gone so far as to accuse Samir of shaping the hills, placing stones in ways to make it seem like it was engineered. So have a look at these terraces. Do they look like a natural formation to you, or something you could just throw together? The fourth element is artifacts. Excavations on or near the area have uncovered some unusual artifacts, like this giant round stone. No explanations known for how or when it was carved, but visitors spend time near them and find that ailments and pain is lifted and that they feel very relaxed. This rock, found on the Pyramid of the Dragon, appears to be a map of the 3 main pyramids.
Oh.
This small ceramic pyramid was ironically found near the structures at a site overseen by an archaeologist who petitioned to stop Samir's research. She insisted the find was not related to the nearby structure, so it was never reported to the local Visoko Museum. It supposedly went to Germany for research, but appears to have not been seen since then. This stone from the valley also seemed to show an astronomical map, but it's been revealed since that it appears to be a map not of stars, but of the structures themselves in their layout in the valley.
Oh.
Much of the rocks found do have carvings, and here's a compilation of those symbols that were carved into the rocks. This small head was found, and it's very unusual, as was this pigmented effigy, along with stones that appear to look like feet, all dating prehistorically. And those are just a few. Another quality is inner chambers. Everyone knows Giza has mysterious chambers at odd angles inside the structure. Not long ago, at Chichen Itza, an ancient access tunnel was discovered, which only local tribes knew of. It had been sealed for hundreds of years. True to form, geothermal analysis of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun reveals no less than 7 layers of passageways within it, which appear to wind in a spiral throughout the structure. Measured, these would stretch for miles and miles. As it continues to be excavated, in time, these will surely be known. A lesser-known characteristic of pyramids are the presence of surrounding tunnels. Oftentimes, these tunnel systems are undiscovered or simply not made public by authorities. Other pyramids, in Egypt and China, are known to have them, but the tunnels that were discovered and excavated near the BPS have already exceeded the distance measured by all other pyramids, making it the most extensive underground network around any pyramid known to man. The tunnel walls themselves are made of conglomerate, a natural combination of sand, rock, and pebbles, tightly compacted over thousands of years by water sources. But Samir's team discovered that many of these tunnels had clearly been sealed, either to keep them a secret or to block the flow of energy that's created by water, the tunnels, and the pyramid itself. When organic material from this debris was carbon dated, it revealed that these tunnels were sealed only 5,000 years ago. It was also discovered that the stone blocks used to make the pyramid were the same substance as the material removed from the tunnels, revealing that the creators of the tunnels also created the pyramid. And that precedes the 5,000-year mark. Further investigation in the tunnels found large blocks at precise distances of 10 feet apart, the largest one being 18,000 pounds, or 8 tons. One of the most fascinating things found in the sealed tunnels was a huge 8-ton smooth stone block, which appears to be strategically placed over flowing water. This rock had symbols carved onto it. Multiple analysis by the Institute of Atomic Physics revealed that this large block is an artificially constructed material, again, a synthetic ceramic made over 35,000 years ago. Investigations discovered that it was in 2 pieces, a lid sealed over a supportive base, and georadar analysis revealed that the center was carved out and held some kind of mineral that was different from the ceramic, likely a quartz crystal, given the powerful electromagnetic conductivity of this object. Precise EMF readings taken near the object consistently reveal the frequency of 7.83 hertz. The 6th of the criteria is running water. All world pyramids were built near rivers and streams, just like the Pyramid of Giza has the Nile nearby, and water sources underneath it. BPS is near a river and has extensive layers of underground streams at different depths. But perhaps one of the most extraordinary features of the site are the mathematical relationships between structures and the sacred geometry created as a result. Sacred geometry is the geometrical patterns and the mathematical laws in nature, from the most minuscule particles to the greater cosmos, upon which all creation is founded, thus making mathematics and geometry a universal language. These principles convey the interconnectedness of all nature, reminding us that we have a relationship to the whole of creation. These patterns include pi and the golden mean, and are often cryptically woven into the works of great artists and structural engineers. They are, in fact, an elevated expression of wisdom. When you connect the apex of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun with the Bosnian Pyramid of the Moon and the Pyramid of the Dragon, it creates an equilateral triangle. Then, within it, if you connect 2 other structures with the tunnel entrance, it creates a second triangle. Equilateral triangles and triangles within others are sacred geometry. When you consider the points of the natural surrounding landmarks, the tunnel entrances, and where the rivers meet, you get a third triangle, the largest one. Keep the same midpoints for all 3, and you have the base for the flower of life, as you would see it from above. Traditionally, esoteric studies reveal that the torids in the flower of life imply dimensionality. Like in Egypt, the length of the base divided by the height is pi, irrational numbers. According to Samir, these mathematical principles were carefully engineered and are powerful forces contributing to the movement of energy. What he explains is the true message of the pyramid, that the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, the Moon, the Dragon, and of Love are flowing with energy, as though they were alive. Since few of us today are actually taught the profound implication of this extraordinary wisdom of sacred geometry, it's easy to overlook how important these expressed patterns are in ancient structural engineering. It's also worthy to note that pi wasn't officially discovered until a few hundred years ago, So, did our primitive ancestors somehow figure it out? Or was it, again, just a coincidence? The 8th criteria is astronomical features. As we pointed out in our Mars video, there are consistent astronomical features present among all ancient pyramids on Earth. And one of the most extraordinary moments in Bosnia happens on June 22nd, summer solstice, just before the sun sets. But this is when the shadow of the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun perfectly eclipses the Bosnian Pyramid of the Moon. Samir has shared that of all the pyramids he's studied, this clear, obvious relationship connecting the two is by far the most rare and unique. Of course, experts are again claiming this is pure coincidence. The 9th of the criteria is location with energy potential, namely volcanic lines. Samir discovered that if you draw invisible lines to connect all the world's volcanoes, ancient monuments are built on these invisible lines, especially where they intersect with other lines. For example, Easter Island meets over 10 intersected lines, Machu Picchu on 16. But the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun, matched only by Chichen Itza, meets on 26 volcanic intersected lines, more than any other monument. As we noted in our video about Nikola Tesla, Tesla knew that if you could amplify electricity over time,
Get a Tesla
we could
tattoo,
dramatically
like my
improve
hands do.
the state of our planet without harming it, the way current technology does. So, the combination of these lines, the tunnels, flowing water, and an iron plate deep in the earth all contribute to amplify the energy of the structure. And the result? You have a powerful conductor of electromagnetic energy, one which leads to the final and the most exciting criteria of a pyramid, particularly of the BPS, and that is measurable energy flow. For millennia, Earth has held a natural frequency, a pulse per se of 7.83, which is known as the Schumann resonance. It's vital to our emotional and physical
Schumann.
well-being, but has increased rapidly over the last few decades as a direct result of technology. EMF radiation from cell phones, Wi-Fi, TVs, power, atomic explosions, microwave energy, and much more. These bombardments have pushed the Earth's frequency as high as 16 hertz, and this slows down our mental processing, harms our cells, and negatively affects many things. If BPS were just a hill, energy frequencies would measure the same as everywhere else around the globe. But with every EMF, sonic, and ultrasound reading, the frequencies measured at BPS consistently show the Schumann frequency, 7.83, especially in the tunnels. And the result is nothing short of miraculous. Water and food brought from beneath and around the structure has superior molecular structure. And volunteers involved in the excavation have experienced dramatic, unexplainable healing, from respiratory illnesses to
Unlike
spinal
them,
injuries. They just disappear.
we have the bad hitchhiker
Why?
effect.
We know that charged ions from flowing water supports health and kills microbes in the body. The iron beneath the earth increases
we
electromagnetic
have.
flow. Quartz helps conduct energy.
They have quartz. We have
And the
knife
Schumann
dementors.
resonance promotes serenity and health. So, is it any wonder people report elevated emotional and physiological states near the pyramids? This doesn't happen just anywhere, especially on any hill. Could the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun be the energy machine that Samir hypothesizes?
Mm-hmm.
It's on the summit of the pyramid, however, that something really spectacular happens with energy flow. The electromagnetic fields are amplified 60 times stronger than anywhere else on the planet, measuring consistently at 28 kilohertz for a radius of 13 feet at the very apex of the structure, and would appear to look like this manipulated photo. This frequency, by the way, has been associated with levitation in experiments done with ping pong balls by the American Ralph Ring. Is there a relationship to the frequency of levitation and the frequency being emitted from the summit of this pyramid? Needless to say, natural mounds and hills do not create energy bursts 60 times greater than the Earth. Not even other pyramids show that kind of reading. But something powerful was caught on film at another location. when in 2009, a father photographing his children just before a lightning storm at Chichen Itza, Mexico. This photo offers a visual of the exact sort of energy beam that's being measured above the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun. Could this energy be an indication of a greater purpose that the pyramids served? Even more evidence of the pyramid's energy has been caught on video camera, a camera which was specifically designed to capture bioenergy fields. This footage shows the horizontal energy lines which blanket all the land and all other hills. But when you reach the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon, those lines suddenly become vertical. In fact, in this video, it's been noted that some kind of unidentified craft is entering and leaving the actual boundary of the pyramid, perhaps interdimensionally. But that's a whole other subject and a whole other video for discussion. If the Bosnian pyramids are just misconstrued hills, nature is certainly capable of creating some amazing tricks, including perfect block terraces, geometrical perfection, sacred geometry, and powerful electromagnetic surges in and around these so-called hills. If they are the engineered structures they appear to be, well, it's time to rewrite our history books. After all, our history assumes that the human race is wiser and more advanced than ever before. But the BPS, the oldest and largest and most enigmatic pyramid in the world, seems to indicate that highly intelligent cultures may have existed in the very distant past, and that they engineered these pyramids in ways that primitive humans never could have, in ways that we are still trying to figure out. Of course, it's just easier to deny these facts than admit such an important historical discovery, that the largest and oldest ancient structure in the world was virtually unnoticed in plain sight for centuries. Let alone admit that we still know very little about its actual benefits and function. While Samir has been under constant attack by people from major institutions, we can't help but wonder why so much effort to control and stop him, since a massive hoax would simply reveal itself in time, especially when you compare it to the Egyptian directors and diggers who cannot disclose their revelations. And all Samir's research is transparent and made public. In fact, when he was accused of using this discovery for political gain, he said this: "This project should unite people, not divide them. Those pyramids don't belong to any particular nation. They're not Bosnian, or Muslim, or Serb or Croat pyramids, because they were built at a time when those nations and religions were not even in existence." He said, although tens of thousands of pyramids have been discovered across the planet, none has the construction quality or can date back as far as the ones in Bosnia. Bosnia is the original pyramid, the oldest and largest ever constructed. It's an exact 0-degree north orientation and is potentially the key to releasing information about ancient technology that can free the world of its dependence on fossil fuel, along with offering the possibility of finding astounding medical breakthroughs in the scientific community. He concludes, they've been there for tens of thousands of years and are going to remain for thousands more. Why not use this short time to discover, learn, grow, and find what they have to offer us? Thank you for watching. Please hit like if you enjoyed this video. We hope you'll subscribe, and if you'd like to be notified of future releases, just hit the bell button.
It cannot be ignored. Oh no, this is a long one. I can't watch all this.
Breaking news from Dean Johnson. This is from yesterday,
Fucking
but this is a
breaking news,
bombshell
Kirkpatrick
story,
owned.
guys. Foya Petert,
Oh my God.
Joint Chiefs of
Owned
Staff,
so hard.
Worldwide UAP Phenomenon Reporting Procedures, including what looks like UFO crash retrievals, and
Kirkpatrick
Arrow is
fucking
involved in some of
wrecked.
this. A really juicy story. So let's talk about that and a whole lot else. It's time for another UFO News Roundup. So get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about
Yeah, we
UFOs
got
and the
it.
paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe and let me know what you think in the comments
God, he
below.
wishes he was
Okay,
Kirk.
here we go from Douglas Dean Johnson. On Monday, on May 19th, 2023, the Joint Staff, J3 Operations J36 Homeland Defense
man.
Division of the Joint Chiefs of Staff disseminated to all unified military commands worldwide a set of uniform procedures to be followed for gathering data and reporting on contemporary military encounters with UAP using a detailed standard reporting template. And this is the actual document in question. And it's so interesting. It's so interesting, guys. Okay, let's just, I'm not going to go over this whole thing. I'll let you go over it at your leisure. Here's some juicy stuff. The U.S. government has observed UAP in or near the territory and or operating areas of the United States, of its allies, and of its adversaries, and observing, identifying, and potentially mitigating UAP has become a growing priority for U.S. policymakers, lawmakers, and warfighters. The potentially ubiquitous presence of UAP defines the national security implications of those anomalies, which range from operational hazards and threats to technological and intelligent surprise to adversaries' strategic miscalculations. It is imperative that DoD provide UAP incident, incursion, and engagement reporting data and material for the department's detection and mitigation of potential threats, exploitation of advanced technologies, and informing policymaker and warfighter decisions. That's huge, guys. Huge. Mitigation. Are they talking about shooting at UFOs? What does mitigation mean? Obviously, exploitation, you would think, would involve recovering the UFOs that they just shot down by mitigating them. And then they're supposed to tell policymakers. They're supposed to tell our politicians about this. A UAP engagement is defined as a kinetic or non-kinetic response to a UAP intended to deny, disrupt, or destroy the phenomenon and or its objects. So kinetic means shooting at them. So, an engagement is defined as shooting at them or not shooting at them. The ultimate nexus of collection and analysis of these reports is Arrow. Arrow is collating these reports. Meanwhile, they're pushing a UFO report to the public that denies the existence of UFOs. They're saying nothing to see here. All UFOs can be explained, even the ones that we haven't explained yet. If we had better sensor data, we could explain them and they would have a mundane cause. There are no such things as UFOs. That's what the Arrow report says. Meanwhile, they are collating all of these reports of shooting down UFOs and recovering material. It's so crazy, guys. It's so crazy. Anyway, also about Arrow. Arrow will coordinate the handling of any UAP objects and material of incidents, intrusions, and engagements, but recovery and transfer of identifiable non-anomalous items of foreign origin continue to be managed by the DoD. So that means Arrow gets all the anomalous stuff. Am I reading that right? Am I reading that right, guys? So Arrow is actively engaged in UFO crash retrievals and reverse engineering. Is that why there are members or former members of the UFO control group as part of a secret advisory board to Arrow? Oh my God, guys, this is huge. This is huge. Anyway, it's a long article. I will let you read the full thing at your leisure, but this is great reporting from Dean Johnson. This Foya Petert. Foya Petert, guys. This is massive. I love it. Meanwhile, people have been digging into that Arrow report. This is from Joey Is Not My Name, just quoting from Arrow. Talking about Michael Herrera, this seems to be the Michael Herrera portion of the Arrow report. An interviewee who is a former U.S. service member said that in 2009, while participating in a humanitarian and security mission in a foreign country, Indonesia, he encountered U.S. Special Forces loading containers onto a large extraterrestrial spacecraft. So that's a lie from Arrow. It's either gross incompetence or a lie. And I don't accuse Arrow of gross incompetence. I accuse them of lying their asses off. But yeah, Mike Herrera never said U.S. Special Forces. He never said who those guys were. He may not know who those guys were. I don't know if now that he's had later information given to him, that maybe now he has a better idea. But, you know, he has not said who those guys were. And it doesn't appear to be U.S. Special Forces. At least they weren't marked. My guess is the Department of Energy, because that's who Jonathan Wygant, Lance Corporal Jonathan Wygant, was seeing some years ago. So they seem to have upped their game a little bit, and now they don't wear insignia. So you know, my guess is Department of Energy, possibly some sort of mercenary group, but you know, we don't know. I mean, it could have been Special Forces, but they weren't marked. So that's a lie from Arrow. Also, Mike has been very explicit in saying it was not an extraterrestrial spacecraft. It was a man-made and man-operated, you know, spacecraft. It was a spacecraft, but it was not an extraterrestrial vehicle. So these are two more lies from Arrow. Kona Blue Coffee. The best blends are kept secret, says the lovely Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. Meanwhile, Dr. Jim Segala has done a 3-year study on UAP, and he's got some amazing results, guys. This is really incredible stuff. I haven't watched this full video yet. I need to get on that. But what I'm seeing so far is just mind-blowing, because he's able to predict when UAP encounters are going to take place. Over the past 3 years, our study has grown to include an extensive collection of enthusiastic participants from the Uintah Basin. Yeah, this is centered around Skinwalker Ranch, as well as other areas of the USA where strange phenomenon is known to occur. Over 3.5 terabytes of data has been recorded by scientific instruments in the Uintah Basin alone. Over 600 documented interactions with the phenomenon has been conducted or documented by our participants that correlations to environmental readings taken using collaborated scientific instrumentation. 4 high-capacity servers are now online collecting the data for the study. Statistical accuracy predicting the occurrence of an interaction has grown to over 4.8 sigma. I don't know what a sigma is. You guys let me know. And they're continuing to study this and add participants of their study. This is just really amazing stuff, guys. You can predict UAP encounters. And that's what I've shared with you before. There have been people that can video UFOs and interact with UFOs, even kind of summon UFOs. And some of them, not all of them, but there have been a couple of examples where they know the times of day when the UAP will show up, and certain days that they will show up, that they are predictable in certain ways.
You know what's not predictable, though?
They're anomalous. You wouldn't think they would be so predictable, but apparently they are, guys. And Dr. Jim Segala is doing a detailed scientific study, getting to the bottom of some of this. So I love it. I can't wait to watch this full video. Meanwhile, in my ongoing coverage of the elongated skull people, I've just recently discovered there were elongated skull people in Iran as well. Check this out. Grave of ancient elongated skulls discovered in Iran. A cache of strange elongated skulls has been unearthed in the Zora Plain in southwest Iran at an archaeological site known as Tol-e Chega Sofla. I said that right. You know I said that right. Archaeologist Abbas Moghadam. Oh my God, these names. I give up. Abbas, archaeologist Abbas, stated at Tol-e-Chegasofla, the concentration of deformed skulls and grave BG1 is striking. We will discuss this enigmatic grave more below, but first let's learn more about this ancient site, says StrangeVoyager.com. But let's just skip to the good stuff. This site flourished approximately 4700 to 3700 BC. At Tol-e-Chegasofla, the concentration of deformed skulls in grave BG1 is striking. And look at these elongated skulls. Does that look like something that could be made by skull binding? I mean, look at those. Look at those. Look at that insane skull, guys. Look
you
at that.
Can't really see because there's knife dimensions everywhere.
Why were most of these elongated skulls found only in BG1 and not spread throughout all the other graves? Might these have been a ruling class at some point in this area? Yeah. And that's what I reported on before in the excellent remote viewing of Teotihuacan. The elongated skull people seem to be the god kings of the peoples of that time.
I wonder if they're Denisovans.
At a certain point in their history, there was a revolution or war, and that culture that occupied Teotihuacan left or fled. And, you know, we don't know what happened to those people afterwards, but we do know that elongated people, you know, have been found in Paracas. Are those the same? We don't know. According to the archaeologists, 7 female skulls aged between 9 to 30 years old and 5 male skulls aged between 17 to 25 years old were deformed. Then it talks a little bit about the Paracas skulls. There are 2 different types of skulls found among the Paracas skulls. These are the skulls that are elongated simply due to cranial deformation or head binding. On this type of skulls, except for the skull elongation, everything looks similar to our skulls as of today. But then there are the skulls we call natural elongated skulls. These are the ones that feature crazy anatomical genetic differences, and these were likely the nobles and royalty of the Paracas culture. These natural elongated skulls feature much larger jawbones and eye sockets that are up to 50% larger than normal human skulls. These are also missing the sagittal suture, the fibrous connective tissue joints between the 2 cradle plates that run down the center of our back, of the back of our skulls. Many of these elongated skulls' cranial volume is up to 25% larger than conventional human skulls.
Chode was here, he would.
They've got bigger brains, guys. They've got
definitely
bigger brains.
Subscribed
it's
already.
Crazy. And according to the remote viewing of Teotihuacan, they also have
according to the remote viewing of
abilities.
Me.
Maybe that is what the skull binding of humans.
I'm remote viewing Chode right now.
Maybe the people, the humans, were trying to give themselves these fantastic abilities by doing this.
I'm remote viewing
maybe
you.
If these guys, these elongated skull people, were in charge,
10 minutes from
maybe
now.
they thought they were better looking than the regular humans, and they encouraged the humans to do this to be more like them. We just don't know, but the elongated skull people were real, and they were all over the world, seeming to serve high places in society. This is huge, this is fascinating, this is every bit as important and interesting as the Nazca mummies, and I love it. And also the elongated skull people in Paracas were not very far at all from Nazca, and they were occupying roughly the same time period as well. So there's probably some interaction, you would think, between the beings of Nazca, who also had a global presence, and the elongated skull people of Paracas. There are some wonderful mysteries here, guys. I would love to know the truth about what was really going on back in the day. Meanwhile, an elephant comes to visit
just in time for 5
human
people.
Friend in the hospital.
Look at that.
That's right.
You saved lives.
Look at that.
Rihanna, Meg Suwegzi, Exercise Vid, Phil Bushwagons, and Ronald McDonald. Oh yeah.
I've got some allergies, guys. Oh, come on, look at that. Who wouldn't have allergies? Meanwhile, on the Jeff Mara podcast, this alien contactee says that he was shown by the beings when they made a deal with his higher self in some sort of pre-life contract that he will work with them during this life. He goes on to talk at great length about the aliens' involvement in humanity and what the gray alien agenda is, and also how they interact with beings on the other side.
Did you say
it's really interesting. He also says they appear corporeal on the other side, as opposed to their souls being on the other side. I found that really interesting. It ties in with another piece of research I did, or came across rather, that suggested that some beings don't have souls in the way that we do. Our souls allow us to leave our body in, we can have multiple bodies, and reincarnation and all that kind of stuff, if you believe in that. But they actually don't need to do that because their bodies can traverse dimensions, and it's a little complicated. I don't quite understand how all of that works. If their body's destroyed, what happens? But either way, that interesting piece of information there, if that is to be believed, seems to suggest there's different paradigms, right? That we, our souls operate by one paradigm, but maybe some of the beings operate by different paradigms. I thought that was interesting because it kind of dovetailed with this gentleman's information. But yeah, he was saying the beings interacting with people in the afterlife and what their ultimate agenda here is on Earth and why they do hybrids. They hybridize people in part to colonize other star systems, which also goes well with the hypnotic regression Barry Littleton did, and I shared with you that the other day. That's the information they were given the abductees, about why their genetic tissue is being taken was to populate other star systems. But this gentleman also talks about the hybrids here on Earth, and that they are basically meant to replace us.
I have really good cookies.